Okay, you ready? Good morning, sir. Mr. Banks. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is January 22nd. The time is 8:50. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as your chair today. My colleagues will be joining us on Zoom. They are Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Headquarters staff, will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Jasmine Thompson.
Jalen Cavalier.
Okay. Today our remote location is going to be Orleans Parish Prison. Is there any member of staff in the room with you, sir?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. All right. Will you please introduce yourself with your DOC number for the record?
My name is Marvin K. Banks, DOC number 727-063.
Okay. All right. Today, according to your questionnaire, do you have it in front of you, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, they can put it on the screen for you.
I said,
Oh, you see it and you recognize it?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, according to the answers you gave on this questionnaire, you are not entitled to appointed counsel. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we'll proceed forward with your interview. So will you please explain to us why you were revoked? And we'd like to hear that at this time.
I was revoked because he said I was possessing illegal drugs in my pocket, and also that I wasn't paying fines and fees a monthly on my parole.
Okay. Well, your lead person today is going to be Mr. Steve Prater. He's been assigned your case. He's going to review with you your violations, and you will answer guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Mr. Prater?
Mike, you doing okay today?
That's true.
Okay. We're going to talk about a couple of conditions of parole that you're suspected of having violated. Let's take the last one first. Number 10 says that you owe $1,323 in fees because of being on parole. You hadn't paid your fees. Is that true or false?
From what I was told, sir, yes, that's true. But I was told that, like, during the payments of me working and how I was working, that it was needed to be paid, like, after I paid my bills or my car insurance and stuff like that. That's how it was brought to me. So I wasn't aware that I was behind that much, and I was going to every other week or so. On a Thursday, I was going to see my parole officer, Mr. Roosevelt Stevenson, and Something popped up on the screen. Actually.
Yes, we've lost the video.
You can see me now, sir?
Okay, now I can see you again.
Like I was saying, my parole officer, Mr. Roosevelt Stevenson, he was telling me after I made my payments, like light bill and rent and stuff like that, that I was, ordering to pay. I think it was like $75 around the time, but I wasn't notified that I was $1,000 and some dollars behind on my parole.
Okay, so are you behind or not?
From what it's saying here, sir, yes, I'm behind, sir.
Okay, that's basically what it says, is you'll stay up on your fees and you're behind. So anyway, let's move on to number 4. On January the 11th of 2025, were you arrested for murder, second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
You were arrested for that. Okay, and when you got arrested, did you have drugs in your possession, in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says, the report says 20 grams of fentanyl and 4 grams of meth. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And you were on parole at that particular time for something that occurred in 2021, correct?
No, sir. I was on parole for something that happened in 2013.
Okay, 2013.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
you were revoked. You've been revoked before, have you not?
I had caught a charge in St. Bernard Parish, and I guess, yeah, I have been revoked, sir.
Okay,
Yes, I've been revoked.
all right. Well, do you have anything to say about that? I mean,
Yes, sir.
what?
Me having the drugs, sir, I've been using drugs since I was on the age of 13. I am now in a program called a MAP program. I've been taking, it's called, I can't pronounce the word right, but I've been in this program called a MAP program, for probably about a year now. Been in there a year, and I mean, I'm doing better, and I'm taking my medicine, not using any drugs, because in the program you're not allowed to take any drugs by being in this program. And due to
Sure. When
the situation about me being picked up on a murder charge, I had someone in my car, and I'm currently now fighting that charge. I'm on a charge with Mr. Sterling Pepe, the guy I'm on a charge with, the guy I was arrested for. I'm currently on the charge with fighting the murder charge on.
Okay, I had a little trouble hearing that. You're still charged with second-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir. I was saying that I'm currently fighting that charge right now. And the reason why I was picked up on that charge, sir, is because I had a person in my car that committed a crime, sir. And I'm currently fighting for my life as well. I'm on a charge with this person, the second-degree murder. So that's why the drugs was caught on me. As them coming pick me up for a second-degree murder, I had the drugs that I was doing in my pocket, sir. And I'm aware of my actions, and I'm sorry that I failed. You know what I'm saying? Y'all system, y'all did give me an opportunity, and the drugs was found on me, and I was using those drugs. And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry to probation and parole board. And I was
Okay.
working. I did go home and rehabilitate myself with a job. A car. I had a car too. I just ain't give me a house, but I was working.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, thank you for that explanation. Madam Chairman, I'm prepared to vote as soon as y'all get through with your questions.
I don't have any questions. Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, then the panel is ready to vote, and Mr. Prater, you'll cast the first vote.
Mr. Banks, I wish you well and all of that, but I have no choice but to revoke you because you're a violation of conditions 4 and 10.
Yes, sir.
That's my vote.
Based on his own admission of using and having drugs, my vote is also to revoke noncompliance.
And I concur with both Mr. Prater and Ms. Ledoux. Your revocation, I mean, you have been revoked today and the time is 8:59.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order today. The date is January 22nd. The time is 9:06. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be the chair of the panel today. My colleagues are joining us by Zoom, Mr. Steve Prater and Ms. Jerry Ledoux. Is there any staff where you're at, sir, at Orleans Parish Prison?
They got one right outside the door.
Pardon?
They got one outside the door.
Okay. They're right outside the door. They can come in and introduce themselves for the record.
Yeah, you want me to call them in?
That's okay. Normally they're inside. Okay. Well, will you introduce yourself and DOC number for the record, please?
My name is SHAWN Dennis. My DOC number is 729-679.
Okay. And to repeat, our remote location is at Orleans Justice Center. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you, sir?
A questionnaire, no ma'am.
Yeah, they'll put it up on the screen.
What you say, ma'am?
They're gonna put it up on the screen.
Yeah, I have that paper. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have that paper.
Okay, well, based upon your answers to this questionnaire, you are not eligible today for appointed counsel. All right, you have people here today in support of you. A Miss Miguel, and then a Miss Judy Palmer, which is your mother. The person taking lead for your case today is Miss Jerry Ledoux. She will answer your question. She will ask you the questions on your revocation sheet. You will answer guilty or not guilty, with or without a statement. Ms. Ledoux, did you want him to start off with his support first?
No, ma'am, I'd like to get the pleading out of the way. Mr. Dennis, I'm going to read the allegations against you and then give me a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Condition number 4 says you failed to refrain from criminal activity. You were arrested 8/29/25 by NOPD and booked with domestic abuse battery, with child endangerment, that there were marks on the victim's body. And on 10/28/25, the charges were refused because the victim recanted. So what is your plea to that?
Not guilty.
Number 6, you failed to work at a job that was approved and you could not provide evidence of employment. What is your plea?
Not guilty.
Number 10, you are currently behind $758 paying your fees for the Department of Correction. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. So you had a job
Yes, ma'am.
and your parole officer knew you had this job?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a job that you got a paycheck for?
Yes, ma'am.
So why would he say you didn't have a job?
I don't have no idea, ma'am. I was working at the Blue Crab on the Lakeshore front. Lakeshore Drive. I was working at the Blue Crab. And he knew I had a job.
Okay, and you're not behind in your fees?
Yes, I'm behind on my fees, man.
Why did you plead not guilty?
Because at the same time, like it's like I was paying bills, I was providing for myself at the same time. It wasn't that I wasn't trying to pay him, but it was like, it's hard out there and I wasn't getting paid that much.
Wasn't like you were not trying to pay them, you didn't pay them though, right?
I couldn't pay him. I'd
Okay.
have been homeless at the same time.
Okay. the victim of this crime is on with us today, and I would like to have Miss Miguel speak to the panel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You need
What
me
would
to
you
make
like to say?
I was just wanted to say that it was a misunderstanding. First of all, it was a little it started off as just a heated argument. He did grab me, but it wasn't to hurt me. I don't feel he would hurt me. I've been dealing with Sean for a while now, and this is the first time it ever got that escalated to where we had to even get, call the police or anything like that. And it wasn't intentional that I felt it like I was upset. I was just upset, and emotions and passion. When you're upset, your adrenaline rushes. It just was a misunderstanding. As far as the child endangerment, my daughter was not present for the physical when he grabbed me. She was not there with that. She just was there present when the argument. She entered the room when the argument was escalated. That was the only involvement she had. Um, as far as Sean, he was working. And also he was supposed to start CDL classes with Job One this January, and he was starting that process as well. He was doing good. I didn't want this situation to defer him from being on the right track because he was.
So did you file a police report? Because
No, it
I
wasn't.
watched
It
the
was
video.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't. It
watched the
was. I
video.
was upset, and he grabbed me. It was aggressively, but it wasn't to where it hurt me. I didn't explain everything at that moment because I was just frustrated and just wanted to just of him to just go at that moment. But I wasn't trying to. I did want him to leave, but I did. He did grab me, but I didn't want. It wasn't to where he tried to physically hurt me. He didn't hit me or punch me or anything of that nature.
And they said strangulation. So
He grabbed. Well,
what?
he grabbed my shirt, and I did have a mark, but two a day or two before that, I was on in the car with a friend, and she had to do a sudden stop, and the seatbelt was around my neck, and I did have a little line going down my neck, and I that probably by me not explaining that because in the heat of the moment that wasn't running through my head. I think that was documented as if he just grabbed the top of my shirt, and it wasn't like a strangulation. It was just a grab and and lift me up. It wasn't a, a hit or anything of that nature.
Okay. We also have Judy Palmer, your mother. Ma'am, if you'd like to make a statement to the panel. I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Good.
I just wanted to reiterate, Sean was on the right path. He was working at the time this incident happened with him and his fiance, which I don't know what happened, what transpired because I wasn't there, but I'm speaking on his behalf that he was working, and before then I moved to Texas. And when Sean, I spoke with his parole officer, stating to try, to get him out the environment, living in New Orleans because he no longer have like immediate relatives that he can stay with, like for as me, so he can start all over again. His parole officer gave him a hard time stating that he has to stay in Louisiana, and that's the reason why he's still in Louisiana, trying to work. But he's been working, he's been trying to be a model person living in society and, working. Like, I don't know why his parole officer know he had a job. So I don't know why he put that in documentation that he was not working. And, working for a certain company, you don't get paid that much money. And, he even iterated, I told him myself, if I have to, I probably can help you, sometime, pay your fee. But at the time, I'm struggling. He's trying to, start over in society because he's really starting over. So it's not like that he's gonna be able to like pay everything out or give him a big payment. But he was on the path of trying to, pay this his parole officer money. but he was working and stuff. The parole officer knew he had a job, and he was trying to be a model citizen. After they released him.
Okay. I will let you know it's not the fault of the parole officer that he couldn't go to Texas. There's certain process. Um,
I know.
Mr.
I'm sorry, but I had spoke with the Department of Texas, and he would say they had told me the process and everything.
Okay, good. Okay. Mr. Dennis, have you started an interstate compact to go to Texas?
No, I never received one. Me and my parole officer talked about it. He was saying that he had to send paperwork off to Texas and then take up to 2, 3 months for it to happen, for the impact to happen.
Okay, so did you pay the fees for the interstate compact to be initiated?
He never told me about a fee for interstate compact.
Okay. Where do you want to live?
Huh?
Where do you want?
Spring,
Huh?
Spring Rain, Texas.
So, so what is your relationship currently with the victim?
Well, that's my child's mother at the time, man, and I love her. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in love with her. So, man, we fuss and whatnot, but at the end of the day, like I love her.
Okay, so here's the dilemma. If you go to Texas, you can't come back and forth between Texas and Louisiana without permission. So where do you want to live?
Texas.
Texas. Okay. Well, okay. I feel like I know what I'd like to do. So I'd entertain my colleagues to ask any questions they may have.
Mr. Prater?
Okay, Miss Miguel, is that the way you say your name?
It's Miguel.
Miguel? Miss Miguel,
Yes.
tell me, I'm just curious about the fact, according to the report, you said you told the police he choked you till you almost passed out.
Well,
And
no,
they,
I remember, well, I recall when he asked me, did I lose conscience or anything? I told him that it wasn't aggressive. I mean, it wasn't forceful enough for me to lose conscience. He just grabbed me.
but that's not what the report says you told the police.
Well, I don't know if they misunderstood, but from my initial conversation that I remember with them, they asked me specifically, did I lose breath or anything? And I described that I didn't. It wasn't enough force for me to lose breath or pass out.
Okay, so you got the marks. You got the marks on your neck and all that from a car wreck?
No, I had one line. It was I was in a car and they made a sudden stop and the seatbelt was pressed on my neck. But it wasn't a mark. It was just that mark on my neck, a line going down.
From a day or two before.
Yes.
Was it a car wreck or just stopped at a
No, it was
stoplight?
almost. It could have been, but good thing she was vigilant enough. She was able to stop it. But it came pretty close to where
Okay.
the seatbelt was pretty, tight around me.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Well, I'm just gonna follow Mr. Prater for a moment here. They had body camera on you. They were videotaping everything you said. So we know exactly what you said to the police officer. And it was that no, he did not choke you to unconsciousness, but yes, he was strangling you. And then the other thing was the child. The child was in the video trying to explain what she had seen also. So everything now that you're discounting was exactly what the police officer wrote in his or her report. And it backed up what the body camera showed us you saying to the police officer. So You are telling a very different story than what you told them.
Well,
Um,
I'm not. I probably was more as far as my daughter saying what she was just expressing when she saw the verbal. She didn't see anything physical. She didn't express anything physical. And as far as me not explaining, I maybe was not verbalizing myself at the moment because I was upset, but I did let them know that I wasn't unconscious. He did grab me by my shirt, and the shirt was around my neck, but his hands didn't physically go around my neck.
no, you did answer that. You said that he did not strangle you to unconsciousness, but that he strangled you, but not to the point of
Yeah,
unconsciousness.
yeah, that's what I said. I probably
And choking you, and that's what's in his report. So his report is accurate. So really, based upon what you're telling us now about a seatbelt being around your neck, and none of this really happened, is contrary to what you told police officers who were called out to your house last night and fearful someone was being injured.
well,
And
I'm not
possible.
saying that nothing didn't happen. I just wanted to state the fact that I I didn't say about the seatbelt or anything at that moment with the cops
Uh,
because it was a heated moment and I that wasn't on my mind firstly. And secondly, I'm not saying a different story because everything happened. It wasn't as intense as I probably was very upset. So it was more, I probably described it as a little more intense than what it was because I didn't want this to defer him because it wasn't a situation to where I was, he's violent towards me on a daily basis. This is a norm for me. That's why I just wanted to express that because I don't want that to be a factor of him not being able to be free because that didn't happen that way. I just wanted to convey
okay.
that. That's why I came because I didn't want that to be a factor in him not being able to continue to do what he was
Okay,
doing because he
I
was
got
doing.
you. I got you. I'm going to pass it to Miss Ledoux so that she can speak. And
I'm gonna go ahead and vote because I do believe that there were some violence. The charges have been dropped. My vote today is in lieu of revocation to send you to the domestic abuse battery program within the confines of the Department of Correction. And that will give you an opportunity to start your interstate compact to go to Texas so that you would have no contact with your victim and supervised transfer for your child so that you can see your child, but with no contact with your victim. Um, and so that's my vote today.
So I'm revoking my parole.
Okay, so the term is in lieu of revocation. It means you're not totally revoked. You would stay in the Department of Corrections custody until you've completed a 6 month, it's about 6 months, domestic abuse battery program. And then you would be released. And I am hoping that you have your interstate compact taken care of by then, but that you would have no contact with your victim.
Mr. Prater,
Hey, that sounds reasonable. My initial thought was to go ahead and revoke him because I think that lady's lying. And in fact, I think it's pretty evident that she's lying. And I think he's got violent tendencies, but maybe this domestic abuse battery or this will help him by going through this extended period of incarceration. So I concur with Ms. Ledoux, bottom line.
I also concur with Miss Ledoux because certainly I agree with Mr. Prater also. So as of today, sir, you have been in lieu of revocation, you will be enrolled into the it's a long-term program up to 26 weeks, domestic violence vendor program. And then you would have no contact with your victim. So this concludes your hearing at 9:26.
Hey, Ma.
I love you. You look so handsome, baby. Miss Porter, just 1 second, okay? My son was on there, you click that. Okay. Because you see his name that me on there? Yeah. Cause his name, yeah. Miss Gabby. Juanita is gone. She's not on there. Okay.
I'm right here. They muted me, so I didn't unmute it.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Today's date is January 22nd. The time is 9:34. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chair today, from DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. My colleagues on today's panel by way of Zoom is Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. Let's see, our remote location is gonna be the Orleans, Parish Prison. And will you please, introduce yourself, ma'am, with your DOC number?
How you doing? My name is Veronica Marie Porter. My DOC number is 396-879.
That's right. Thank you very much. Okay, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you would have answered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The way the questionnaire was answered is you do qualify for appointed counsel, which is present today. So, with that, we're going to, continue on with our hearing. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Let's see, the lead person assigned to your case today is myself, Ms. Stapleton, and I'm going to review your violations, and you can answer guilty or not guilty with a statement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, violation for rule number 4, you have engaged in criminal conduct on or before 7/7/2025 when you committed the following offenses: simple battery of the affirmed, violation of protective orders, simple criminal damage to property, criminal trespassing, which was 3 counts, and disturbing the peace. Now, the charges have been refused for those. What do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And then number 10, you have failed to make any supervision fee payments, and you are currently in arrears of $1,134. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement, ma'am. Not
Okay.
guilty because I didn't have the money.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we have speaking today. I'm sure the attorney, would you like to speak last?
Ma'am.
The Ms. Kershaw, you're gonna speak last today, and we'll have the other people speak before you in support.
I would like to speak first, and then one ear is on the call now. He could be next, and then if Miss McDonald could be last.
Okay, so the paralegal, is that DeVar's Drain? You want to go second?
If he's allowed to speak, I would love for Javors to speak as well. Yes, and he can go either before or after Megan. Sorry. Yes.
All right, and then she has her son also in support.
So yes, I will go first. One ear can go next. Who is her son? Javors can speak, and then Megan can be last.
Okay, well, all right, that works out. All right, so Ms. Kershaw, will you go ahead and say what you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you all so much. Good morning. I'm Gabrielle Kershaw. I'm here today with Javors Drain and Megan McDonald. Today we are asking for a conditional release be granted upon Miss Veronica Marie Porter, with those conditions being the ones specifically outlined in the release plan we have today. I'm Gabrielle Kershaw, an attorney with the Orleans Public Defender's Office, and I'm here with Megan McDonald, a licensed social worker, and paralegal Javors Drain. And also, there's a previous attorney, Adrian Dubois, who also worked heavily on this case as well, and I want to acknowledge his help. We here at the Public Defender's Office are really, really grateful to have worked for Ms. Porter on this case. It's been a joy. For clarity, Ms. Porter pleads guilty with no statement to the fines and fees. She pleads not guilty to the allegation of new criminal activity. First, I want to talk about Ms. Porter and who she is as a person. Second, I will discuss the case at hand. Next, we will discuss moving forward, what her next chapter and what her next steps look like. Finally, I will share my message of support, and then I will pass it along to the other people. Miss Veronica Marie Porter is a mother of four and a native of New Orleans with family that ties back 2 generations. As a child, Miss Porter was primarily raised by her grandmother, who worked 2 jobs to keep the family sustained, with her 2 siblings, a brother and a sister. Miss Porter is a mother herself. One of her sons is here on the call, and she understands how much family means to her, as that has been the sole focus of her commitment when given the opportunity to be released. As a Southern woman, Miss Porter loves nature, watching TV, and as a Crescent City native, listening to all styles of music. She also loves cosmetology and hair. At the age of 10, Ms. Porter was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, as well as paranoia. However, her family has not been able to ever afford consistent and formal medical treatment thereafter the formal diagnosis. All throughout her life, Ms. Porter's grandmother was her primary support system of the family, who stood in to be that support for her mental health needs. When her grandmother died, it became difficult for the family to fill such big shoes that the grandmother once did. Due to finances and quality of life barriers, Ms. Porter has not received formal and consistent medical care for her mental health needs. Rather, the most disheartening realization that we have come to realize as her defense team, Ms. Porter herself, as well as her family, is that Ms. Porter only receives a fraction of that medical attention when she is initially arrested, but not throughout the duration of her incarceration. That is what a pattern that we've seen, and I do want to call that out. Ms. Porter is someone who slipped through the cracks of the legal system and has simply started to become viewed as a number and a case. She is a person with needs that have been unaddressed, in and out of jail because she was not receiving the medical attention she needed, and it just became a repeated closed circle full of unaddressed issues at the root. But today, we are cutting that circuit. Now that we have a release plan in place that finally does address those mental health needs head on, comprehensively, in full detail, Ms. Porter will be in much better hands today than she's ever been if the board gives her an opportunity today to be released. I know that she can do this. I've seen her dedication to getting it right. Ms. Porter poses no danger to the community. In Ms. Porter's words, I want to stand on my own 2 feet and start depending on myself. I quickly want to talk about the case at hand. The case at hand is one that's been no prosecuted. by the Orleans District Attorney's Office. This means, in short, that the case is closed with no conviction rendered, and the DA made that choice on their own. The case itself alleges Ms. Porter violated protective order, civil criminal damage to property, and battery of the infirm. These charges did not stick for a reason. Ms. Porter is going to continue leaving Ms. Carly alone, as she's been doing. Ms. Porter has also made the very tough decision to leave her husband alone as well, Michael Boxey, as she has made the decision and come to realize that if she focuses on herself and puts that investment into herself as a priority, she's even closer to retiring from her previous life, putting it permanently behind her, as well as all of the influences involved. Other considerations that were made when the DA decides to no prosecute a case is also the background of the cooperating witness. Ms. Carly also has a criminal history herself involving drugs. There's nothing to corroborate and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the allegations in this police report are true and could be proven at trial. So these are all of the considerations that the DA has made when they make a decision to no prosecute the case, as they have done in here. Ms. Porter is not a danger to the community. She wants to turn her life around, and we as her legal team are asking for her to have the opportunity to do so. So moving forward, Ms. Porter has a release plan. I want to let Megan discuss it in full detail. Megan is one of our best social workers at the Public Defender's Office. But I just want to say really quickly as well, Ms. Porter has expressed her desire to work with our Public Defender Office on other resources that we had outside of the release plan itself. I know she wants to get this right. I would like to know a vast majority of Public Defender's Office across the nation do not have social workers, which makes us very grateful to Megan. So when we have clients, I have hundreds of clients, when we have clients who want to take control of their lives and use the resources around them by saying, hey, even though my case is closed, or even though I've gotten released, I still want to work with you all. Ms. Porter has said that. And so for her to share that with me, that shows like her deep commitment to wanting to get this right. And I do want to point that out in favor of Ms. Porter. Quickly, I just want to talk about my relationship with Ms. Porter, my message of support before I pass it to everyone else down the line. Since being on this case representing Ms. Porter since October of 2025, I can genuinely say that Ms. Porter is such a sweet and loving soul. I remember when I first came to meet Ms. Porter in October. She had been incarcerated for well over 4 months at this time. She expressed how sad and alone that she felt, and it hurt because I couldn't touch her. I couldn't give her the hug that I knew she needed. She is still a human that feels things and feels them even more intensively due to her condition. The pain that was in her voice, the confusion, and at the end of our meetings, I would actually put my hand on the window, and she would put her hand on the window, and that was our way of connecting. Ms. Porter needs that connection. She will always say, thank you for treating me like a human. That's because Ms. Porter is one, but she's used to not being treated that way. In my words, I'm sincerely asking for the parole board to not demonize Ms. Porter for her mental health. Ms. Porter only has love in her heart, and she's very passionate and means well. She's not a danger to the community and cares about New Orleans as well. This is a community that she's from. She takes pride in this community. And Ms. Porter has shown her grit and dedication to being a better person, continuing her motherhood. And her family have gone great lengths to be supportive, reaching back out frequently to see what they can do to be that support system for her. Anything they can do to help, they've always been there to let me know what I need or to give me what I need to work on her case. This is a big day for everyone. Ms. Porter has a 99-year-old grandfather who is not here today because he is a little older and he's probably asleep right now, whom she's very close with. And this is the husband to the grandmother we mentioned at the very beginning. She wants to continue to spend time with him in his last few days. And that's something that's also really, really important for her. So while Orleans Parish Jail does not offer much opportunity for classes and training, I do want to say that she's been a self-starter in speaking up for this parole packet and this release plan, and has really tried to take control of her life. I see it in her soul that she's committed to adhering to her parole conditions. I also lastly just want to note, Ms. Porter has been incarcerated since July 2025 with no infractions or other disciplinary actions while in Orleans Parish Jail. Ms. Porter is often confined to her 5x5 cubicle for 23 hours a day without daily showers. And with her mental condition, that's not the best conducive environment for her. And with her age, it's also not the proper environment for her. This is Ms. Porter's opportunity to receive these services now. She's in the best hands now that she's ever been, and I don't mean that in a hyperbolic way. I mean that in the most literal sense. I want to make sure that she's able to obtain and access these resources now, since they're so comprehensive. She has that support now, and it would make sense for her to access them now. Ms. Porter takes ownership of her mental health. She acknowledges that her mental health contributes to this cycle with the law, and she takes ownership of that and wants to take control of her life by taking control of her mental health. I know she can. Many prayers, lots of love, tears, and real love have been put into this packet and this release plan leading up to today. I hope you all hear us, all of us, and I would love to turn it over to the family. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna ask you a question real quick before we turn it over to the family.
Yes.
Okay, referring to the husband between these two women. But she has a different name from the man listed in the police report. Are they actually married? What is the status there?
My understanding is that they've been together for 11 years. So there's been a very, if not legally married, there's a common law marriage. They're together. They've hold themselves out as to be a married couple.
Okay, and he's also involved with Miss Crowley, who is listed as the victim. And he must be staying with her or something because that's causing to be going over there.
Yes.
For some things.
So my understanding, and also it says in the police report, when Ms. Porter was incarcerated, they had Ms. Crowley and Mr. Boxey had engaged in some type of informal relationship, which did, cause a bit of a disagreement between Ms. Porter and Mr. Boxey. But that's my understanding is that, like, I don't know if they were staying or living together, but there was some type of fling going on.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was dealing with husband and wife and, an extracurricular activity, or if
Yes.
if she was really actually separated from him and he was something else.
They've held themselves out to be married for over a decade, yes.
Right, and who would you like to move on to next, ma'am?
Wanier Porter, who is her son. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Porter?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm all right.
What would you like to say for your mother today?
So I'm gonna start off with my introduction, obviously. My name's Wanda Porter. I'm Veronica's son. And all I can say is throughout the entire time period of me knowing my mother and actually getting to know her as a person and everything, she's nothing but full of love and joy and care. And every time we speak on the phone, the main thing she tells me is she can't wait to come see me. She wants to come and reunite with me and the rest of her kids. She wants to try and find the best way she can to get us all back together, even though we are grown now. But she obviously, as a mother, you would want that family again. You would want that family intact, and having everybody in one spot, it kind of makes you feel better. And at the same time, just to kind of piggyback off of what Gabrielle was saying, if she's home and, in the presence of people that love and care for her and not just a building that looks at her as a number, she has a very high chance of getting the help that she needs for her mental conditions, for the certain health issues and things that she has, so that way she can have the right hygiene, have the right help, have the right resources, and it'll be a lot more tangible in the moment rather than being incarcerated.
I'm gonna interrupt you. It looks to me like you're in the passenger position. That's why I didn't ask earlier, but you are not driving, am I correct?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I didn't think so. It looked like you were on the passenger side, but we do need to, okay, so for everybody's peace of mind, your passenger. Okay,
Yeah.
go for it, please.
Yeah, I'm in the passenger side. No
I
pedals
got
over
you.
here.
There you
Yeah, no
go.
pedals on this side.
All righty, go right ahead, sir.
Oh yeah. So where was I? Yeah, she'll be able to get the help that she needs. And me as her son, obviously I'm gonna have a stronger feeling of wanting to help because that's my mother. I obviously want her back and I obviously want her to have an opportunity and the chance to do things the right way. Everybody deserves a second chance. Everybody deserves an opportunity. And I feel like if you're not given that opportunity, how do you ever find out if you're able to show what you're talking about? Because actions speak louder than words, and if you're not given the ability to complete the action to follow up with the words, then it's all futile.
Let me ask you something. Where do you live as compared to where your mother lives? Or do you live in a different city, state, or that has kept y'all apart physically?
Yes, ma'am. I live in Houston, Texas.
Okay, all right, all right, all right. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Um, Honestly, no, I think that's about it. Yeah.
Okay, you love your mother, and that if she comes, she'll have family support, which she does need. There's no doubt about that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Porter. All right, we're gonna go next to the paralegal. Is that who you would like to speak? Ms. Drain?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Good morning. Sorry about that. I was muted.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. First of all, I want to say good morning to everyone. Thank you to the team. And I want to get started by saying this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here in support of Ms. Porter. The conduct that led to this revocation is closely tied to her ongoing mental health struggles. It's not a refusal to comply or a disregard for the court's authority. Since this incident, the related criminal charges have been processed, which reflects that the case itself did not move forward. Ms. Porter has a documented history of mental health needs, and when she is properly supported and engaged in treatment, she's able to comply and be stabilized. What is different now is that those needs have been clearly identified, and there's a concrete release plan in place to address them. Continued custody does not resolve the underlying issue, but treatment and structure that are mentioned in the release plan will. Ms. Porter understands the seriousness of being on supervision and takes responsibility for her obligation. She is asking for the opportunity to continue her parole in the community with appropriate mental health support rather than being punished for symptoms of an illness. We respectfully ask the board to consider her mental health context, the fact that the charges were no processed, and the availability of community-based supports in making this decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna go to Miss Megan to speak to us, the social worker.
Hi, my name is Megan McDonough. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with the Public Defender's Office. And I just wanted to highlight the release plan that Ms. Porter and I have put together that I believe addresses all of her complex needs, beginning with an assertive community treatment team, which is the highest level of mental health care available in the community. They will provide her with both a psychiatrist and additional caseworkers and come to her, eliminating the barriers to medication access related to transportation. They aim to see the people enrolled about once to twice a week. So she will have a consistent team around her. In addition to that, she has been referred to FAIR, which is a part of Disability Rights Louisiana, to address her employment struggles and getting her SSI turned back on so that she can have income and be stable. and the last referral that I've made is Operation Restoration, which is a reentry service here in New Orleans that will help her get back on her feet by providing things like a phone and peer support. I believe this wraparound service, including me, because I will be facilitating all of these referrals, and stick with her until she is stabilized, will address her needs. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, is she gonna be in a controlled environment? Because with all of that said, in between, and we do know we're dealing with, as y'all have said, a severe mental health
Yes.
issue. And will that be a controlled environment? Because a lot of people with mental health, they will wander around, they will get thoughts in their heads, as compared to a structured environment. And some people are in nursing homes or hospitals or something like that. So is she gonna be living independently where?
So currently she'll be living with her grandfather, while we get her income back on. I think a group home placement is something that we can discuss, but only once she has income. And right now she'll be living with her family.
A group home. And so you were talking about SSI, Medicare, Medicaid, you're gonna help her with all of that also?
Yes.
Which would help pay for her to
Yes.
go to the facility.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk to the attorney now at this time. I know everything was non-prossed, but it looks like there was a severe issue with jealousy, and there were threats and different things like that. And the mental health issue is something that I'm very glad, I'm very impressed with everything y'all are talking about, the treatment team, and that people are going to come to her and they'll lay eyes on her housing and the condition that she's living in, because, when those things start going down, that's an indication of where her mental state is. Will you have the ability to intercede if you see something, or the different team, the FAIR team and the Operation Restoration? Will somebody in there have the ability, if they see her not doing well, to have her OPC or PEC? Should that be?
Yes, the ACT team, because it includes a psychiatrist, has the ability to OPC people if
Okay.
they deem it necessary.
Okay. And so the ACT team is going to be part of this bi-weekly visit, or just
Yes.
referral?
No, they are the people that will be be visiting her at her home. It will not always be the psychiatrist. I think like sometimes the nurse practitioner will visit her, but between the whole team, they will lay eyes on her once to twice a week.
And of course, twice a week better in the beginning, because we do have a real problem. And I don't demonize mental health, and I do know that mental health problems lead to other problems. And so, I don't have any further questions. Do you have any questions, Ms. Ledoux?
I would like to speak with Veronica myself. I've heard from everyone else. I'd like to speak to her.
Okay. Veronica?
We don't see you on camera. Is there anyone who can
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to call right now. I need help.
She's there. Something is wrong with their camera, so it's gonna come in and out.
Okay.
They're coming.
Okay. Miss Veronica, do you
She coming. She coming right now.
okay, I'll skip it. I'll skip it. Thank you.
There you are. Okay, Miss Veronica. Miss Ledoux.
Okay, Miss Veronica.
How you doing, ma'am?
Good. Tell me, how do you feel about not seeing Mr. Boxey and staying away from the other lady? Tell me how you're thinking about that.
If I knew then what I know now, ma'am, none of this would have happened. My plans are not to see Mr. Boxer or Miss Crowley ever again. I want to have a purpose in life, and I want to stand on my own 2 feet. Even though I qualify for disability, I don't want to depend on it. I was told that I can work 4 hours a day, part-time a week. So I want to earn my way through life and earn my stability. And I want my grandpa and my mama to be able to depend on me and not me just depend on them. I'm very stable now, and I'm well aware of everything that's going on, and I plan on staying this way.
How long were you incarcerated before you were released in December last year?
2 years and 9 months.
Okay. Have you spent a lot of time in prison, or how much time have you spent in prison total?
Well, I did a lot of time. I've never done more than 2. This is the first time that 2 years and 9 months was the longest I ever did. But even though I did 2 years and 9 months, what I've learned now from my social worker, I didn't learn all of that. All I was ever told whenever I went to prison was that I qualified for a check. So I was always dependent upon a check. Now I know that I can earn my own stability, and that's what I want. By me earning my own stability, it gives me things to do, like opportunities, and it gives me a chance to have an address and a paycheck, not a DOC number.
Okay, it sounds like you've got your mind straight. How compliant are you with taking your medication whenever you have medication? Do you take it, or?
Ma'am, I'm very compliant with it. That's why I'm not able to work full time. I have to work part time. So I want to work part time. I want to work, period. It gives me something to do.
Okay.
And
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Prater?
Where were you living when this problem occurred with this other lady?
at 828 Orange Street, sir, by my grandpa.
And that's where you're going back to, correct?
Yes, sir. That's all the way across town, which is where I be whenever the police is being called. I'm in that area, 828 Orange Street.
And how old is your grandpa?
Almost about 100, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's almost 100.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Well, I'm going to follow up on what Mr. Prater just said. Okay, so where this happened, you're going right back to.
No, that's not
And
where
we're
it
going to
happened.
have a no contact situation here.
We're gonna have a no
You had,
contact.
or you had a, didn't you have a protective order? You weren't supposed to go around this
Can
lady?
And
Can I clarify,
Yeah,
this,
yeah, yes.
sorry, Ms. Stapleton, I just wanted to clarify.
Please do.
Where this allegation, the address is the CW's address. It is not Ms. Porter's grandfather / grandmother's home. It happened at Crowley's address. That's where this allegation,
All
it
right.
has no, so just wanted to clarify that.
And she won't be living near this,
Yes, they do not live near each
it won't
other.
be, okay, because that wouldn't be
They do
good.
not live near each other.
All right, so you do understand that's a no contact. That's, you stay away from those, both of them.
Yes.
ma'am.
And I know that the compliance is there if you have your medication, but that's been spotty on and off, the ability to get your medication. And if you haven't been on insurance and your SSI was cut off, that medication is extremely expensive. So a lot of people need their medication, cannot get it. But from what I understand with this ACT team, they're going to see to it that you get the correct medication.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you're on board with everything that you've heard said today?
Yes, ma'am.
Be twice a week, and you'll do what they asked you to do, and you'll be available for visits and such?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, somebody wanted to say something? Megan wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say that she will be released from the jail with medication. And if she's not, I will be able to coordinate. So if there is any lapse in insurance, it will not cause her to go without any medication.
Very important. I would like to call for an executive session at this time, please.
Ms. Ledoux,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Prater,
No, ma'am. It said can't access your camera. Please refresh your browser and try again. Did that mean you're trying to get back on? It said can't access, that means you're trying to.
Ms. Porter,
Yes, ma'am.
we're back from executive session. We need somebody to call us back in. Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make a motion. We go back into regular session.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. I second. And the time is 10:20, and we're back in regular session.
And for the record, I am here. I can't start my video. All my attempts to start it have failed thus far.
Okay. All right, well, we can hear you, Mr. Prater. Thank you very much.
Okay, now the
Oh,
host
now we
allowed me.
see you. Okay, all right. Okay, well, at this time, I'm prepared to vote. And the panel will vote. Ms. Porter,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very supportive of everything that you said. The problem is for me that you are an 8th class offender. And, you do, I know that some of the stuff was not crossed, but you are an 8th class offender. And, at this time, based upon that and based upon the fact, I heard them say that you're in lockdown 23 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, see, you won't be like that. When you get out, you'll have your freedom back. And before, when you had your freedom back, you committed crimes. And I'm not demonizing mental illness by no means. And I think programs that they have set in place for you will be wonderful. And I hope that they will stay and continue to be a part of your life and help you wherever you're located at. But today, my vote, I'm gonna have to revoke you today. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is also to revoke and to be placed in a DOC facility that will provide continuing mental health support.
Okay. Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Okay, so at this time, Ms. Porter, have been revoked. I do concur that you should be placed in a DOC facility that will provide continuing mental health support, which I think has been spotty. So that concludes our hearing at Orleans, and the time is 10:23.
Don't take it long. They say stop the video. You know, I don't know. It went on. No. I don't know at all. Come again? I think. No, thank you. We try, they are bad. We learn how to do it.
And that's my picture.
Mr. Washington.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is January 22nd. The time is 10:37. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jared Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. Is there any staff there with you that can introduce themselves?
Well, they stepped out, man.
Okay, that's fine. All right, the remote location is still at Orleans Parish Prison. Will you, sir, please introduce yourself with your DOC number?
My first name is Demetrius, last name Washington, DOC number is 455-731.
Okay, that's correct. All right, do you have a questionnaire in front of you, sir?
Ma'am?
Do you have a questionnaire in front of you?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
questionnaire? Yeah, you have it? Okay. All right, based upon the answers that you given on the questionnaire, you do not qualify for, appointed counsel. Okay, so, the lead person on your case today is myself, and you also have, in support of you today is your mother. So, I'm gonna ask, well, no, first I'm gonna go over the, rule violations. And you're gonna plead guilty or not guilty. And if you have a statement. Okay, rule violation number 2. You failed to submit a monthly report since October the 4th, 2017, and have absconded from supervision, leading to our office to obtain a warrant for your arrest. Guilty, not guilty?
Well, I'm guilty, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right. Number 3, you have failed to notify probation and parole of your new address and did not get permission from our office before you moved to your address of record, being listed as 6210 Haynes Boulevard, Apartment C, New Orleans, Louisiana. Guilty or not guilty?
Well, I had told my PO that I don't know how that address even get on file, because I never stayed on Haynes. I had my updated address on file, which was on First Street, and I had my mama address, which was in Alexandria.
Was First Street in Alexandria or New Orleans?
No, ma'am, First Street was in New Orleans, that's where I was staying at, but my Alexandria address was my mama address.
Well, you're supposed to give them the address where you stay at and where you lay your head at.
That's
They
the
can
address.
find you at.
That's the address I had on file, so I don't know, he said somebody must have called and switched my address, but I never stayed on Haynes. That's why he couldn't find me. If he would've came to the First Street address, that's the house I was at. I never knew how the Haynes address even get on my file, because I never even stayed on Haynes.
Okay. And you didn't stay at your mother's address in Alexandria?
Yes, ma'am, that's where he let me go when she was sick. They let me go out there. But when I came back to New Orleans, my address was on First Street.
Okay. All right, let's see. And then, so that's gonna be a not guilty, sir, with the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You engaged in criminal conduct as evident of the warrant issued by the Kenner Police Department on September the 26th, 2024 for shoplifting under item number 1-8022024. Charges are still pending in the Orleans Criminal District Court. Guilty or not guilty?
Well, I'm pleading not guilty because I never took nothing, ma'am. I was working doing the online service. I never took nothing out of the store.
Okay, I'll put you down, not guilty with a statement. Number 6, you failed to provide proof of gainful employment to our office during your time on supervision.
I plead guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Due to the parolee absconding supervision, any questions necessary to ask by our office could not be asked because they couldn't find you.
Plead guilty.
You plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Due to the parolee absconding supervision, any medical, mental health, substance abuse exams or treatment could not be performed by our office.
I plead guilty, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, due to the parolee absconding supervision, any visits to your resident or any searches of your person, property, residence, and or vehicle could not be performed.
I plead guilty, man.
Okay, thank you. All right, number 10, parolee has never made a payment toward his monthly supervision fees and has a rear of $8,081 in his monthly supervision fee.
I plead guilty, man.
Okay. Okay. Read all that out. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you've got one. And based upon the answers you gave on that questionnaire, you do not qualify for appointed counsel. So we're going to proceed with these procedures. I'm going to allow your mother to speak first, and then I'm going to go into the question and answer interview. Ms. Janelle Causey, what would you like to say?
Hey, how you doing, ma'am?
Just fine.
I'm the mother of his kids, and I just want to say that from what I've been knowing, when I met Demetrius in 2018, he's been a changed man, working hard, family man, and I can't say that for too many young people. Like he's really my help, and since he's been gone and incarcerated, it's been really, really hard for me with our two younger kids. So I just pray and hope that you guys could give him a second chance and let him come home to be with his kids and his family. He's a working man. He stays out of trouble. He don't really hang with too many people at all. Like 99% of the time he's working or with his kids and me.
Okay, so I misspoke. I glanced at it and I thought it said you were his mother, but you're the mother of his children, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So, at this time, Mr. Washington, I am the lead on your case. I'm going to interview you, and then following my interview, you'll be interviewed by the other board members. So you answered not guilty on some of them. And one of the ones that I did want to ask you, I mean, we already talked about your address. You said there was some confusion there, but you did guilty on the rest of that. And you said you were not engaged in criminal conduct, but I've got police reports that say you were. And I know, I've got a statement that says, Mr. Pritchard's statement, we often give you were a ship employee. Is that what it was called? Ship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We often give our employees a warning or simply terminate them rather than prosecute. In this case, he repetitively stole from 2 stores and the Apple products bumped the amount to over $1,000. So we chose to pursue criminal charges. What do you have to say about that one?
Man, well, when we go in the store, man, them people don't even put those products in your hand. Like when them people order stuff from electronics, they bring it to the front and give it to another store worker. And when you finish, you still on that, man?
Yeah, I'm still on here. I'm listening to you.
When you finish doing your shopping and you go to the front, they gonna scan the electronic themselves. And once you pay for it, that's when they put it in your hand. They never put no electronic devices in your hand when they order online electronic devices. So I don't know how they saying I stole electronic devices when they don't even put that in your possession.
Okay,
They don't give us that at all. When you go to the back to the electronic department and
ask for whatever the people order, they're gonna bring it straight to the front. And when you get to the front for finish completing the order, they're gonna take the scanner and scan it themselves until everything is paid for.
Okay, well, police had a call that they answered on September the 6th, 2024. And it said that Demetrius Washington was an employee of the delivery company for Target called Ship on August the 5th, 2024, and August 13th, 2024, and August 14th, 2024, and August 15th, 2024. Washington entered the store, collected items he was supposed to grab. He was supposed to grab that on his work order receipt. While Washington was in the store grabbing items on his work order, he also grabbed several electronics that were not on the order and hid them under the merchandise in the grocery cart. Prior to leaving, Washington approached the employee of Target who audits the products that were to be delivered. While the employee audited the merchandise and placed the items inside plastic grocery bags, Washington would assist the employee while bagging the products. While the employee was distracted, Washington was seen placing the hidden merchandise not on the work order inside the bags without being noticed. The suspect passed all points of sale and made no intention to purchase the products he concealed. The suspect was positively identified by Mr. Pritchard and the Ship employee profile of the suspect. All incidents were observed on a video surveillance by Target with an asset protection team. The total value of the products stolen were valued at $1,293.44. So there you go. What do you say about that?
Now, like I said, they never put no products in my hand. They bring it straight to the front and give it to another clerk. So they scan the items themselves. So
But you heard what this said, that on video, it showed you helping, assisting, and instead of the other employees scanning, you were, when you wasn't looking, distracted, you would put them in a grocery bag yourself, and then you got past everything. So that's what was seen on the videotape.
I don't understand how they saying I distracted worker. Because I never went to jail, man. Y'all saying I came in the store that many times, but y'all never arrested me.
Well, you know, it's not us. It's when the person called Kenner Police, so it's not us. Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Washington, according to our report, you have been absconding supervision for over 7 years, regardless if you are guilty on this crime or not. 7 years of absconding. So when we warranted you, your time stopped. So you owe time to the Department of Correction for the time you were not under supervision. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, Mr. Prater, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, at this time, we are prepared to vote. Sir, I revoke your you're in revocation, and it's based upon number 2, which you pled guilty to, number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 8. Those are the different rules. And 9 and 10, all of which you pled guilty to. Ms. Ledoux.
My vote is also to revoke being an absconder.
And Mr. Prater.
Concur. I concur.
Okay, you concur. Okay, thank you very much. This concludes our business with you, Mr. Washington. You have been revoked, and the time is 10:52.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
That's crazy, bro.
Janelle? Good night. They say I'm finished? They call it on mic? So they call it. I'm trying to see, they ain't never told me what I. Oh, that's why I'm bringing you up. Yeah, I got this stuff. Oh, you gonna let it out my time?
Please wait to be signed. All right, let's see.
Sir, this is Committee on Parole and it's called to order. The date is January 22nd, 2026. The time is 11:03. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jared Ledoux, Mr. Steve Prater. Do you have any staff in the room? Would you start? Are you there by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, this time, will you give us your name and your DOC number, please, for the record?
David Brady, Senior, 81876.
Okay, Mr. Brady. Okay. And you are today at the Orleans Parish Prison. And let's see here. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you, sir?
Ma'am?
A questionnaire? Do you have any of your paperwork in front of you? And it's one of them's a questionnaire?
A questionnaire?
Yes, sir. If not, they put it on the screen for you.
Yes.
Okay, you got it? Okay. All right. Based upon the answers you gave on the questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. So, today your lead person is going to be Miss Jerry Ledoux, and she is going to be asking you response for your violations. Ms. Ledoux?
Good morning, Mr. Brady.
Good morning.
Mr. Brady, you've been accused of violating some conditions of parole, and I'm going to discuss those and ask you to enter a plea. You can plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. So you have two allegations for number 4, and let me explain. The first one says that you were arrested May of 25, and you had a simple domestic abuse battery that occurred in April at your residence. You were allowed to bond out, and then those charges were refused. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Okay. Also, number 4, you had a compliance check of your residence, and it was learned that there was a firearm inside your residence. And also, they located drug paraphernalia, crack cocaine residue, a digital scale, and 18.22 caliber rounds for a weapon. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
You also tested positive for cocaine whenever you they did a swab.
Yeah, I plead guilty to that.
Okay. Let's see. Number 5. The police report received from the New Orleans Police Department stated that you were in possession of a firearm and that ammunition was located inside your residence.
No firearm was found inside my residence, ma'am. I do not own a firearm. My son lived with me for almost a year, and I knew nothing about no 22 caliber ammo. You know, that was new to me. You know, but I know I'm responsible for it because it's my residence. I'm responsible for everything in there. You know.
Okay. So, number 10, have you ever paid anything on your supervision fees? Because it says you owe $8,031.
Yeah, I had what?
On your supervision fees that you're supposed to pay every month?
Yeah.
Did you pay anything? It says you owe $8,000.
No, ma'am. I just started getting my VA benefits. They took me off Social Security disability, and they started giving me my VA disability for since
So You haven't paid anything then, so you're guilty of being behind payments.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Brady, you were offered a chance at parole, weren't you?
I didn't understand that question.
You were paroled by the parole board. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I read all of your parole agent notes, and let me review that some violations that were not on this report. You were reprimanded in 2015 for not reporting. In 2018, you had a positive drug screen. In 2019, you admitted to continued heroin use, and you were positive for heroin. And 22, you had a domestic abuse battery charge that you didn't go back to jail for. And now 25. You have a drug problem?
No, ma'am, not no more. I do not have a drug problem.
So when you tested positive for cocaine in September of 2025.
Yes, I did. Yes, he did. Just positive. But I had a female that was living with me when he came in and done the compliance check. She was there. The agent go up, asked her for an ID card. She went in and the other officer that came to my house for what they call that? The compliance check. He followed us into the bedroom where she had a bed, because she was living with me at that time. Okay? And they bought out a cigarette box, and the agent boy found seen crack pipes and a cigarette pack.
Mr. Brady,
Yes, ma'am.
when they swabbed your mouth, when they swabbed you, you tested positive for cocaine.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so do you have a drug problem?
No, ma'am. I do not have a drug problem. I promise you, I do not have a drug problem.
So it's
I
okay.
into a drug program, and I came up. I'm a recovering addict. I know that. I'm a recovering addict, and I can admit to that. But
Okay. Well, Mr. Joseph Harris, your brother-in-law, has joined us and would like to make a statement on your behalf. So, Mr. Harris, what would you like to say?
Say that again, ma'am. My hearing is bad. I can't hear that good.
So, Mr. Harris, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So it's your turn to offer your statement.
Well, like I said, Jimmy is my brother-in-law, and yeah, he had some trouble with the law a while back, and when he was released from Angola, he stayed with us for a while, actually. But I mean, he's made a big turnaround, and he's a upright, upstanding citizen as far as I can see. I'm not sure about some of the stuff. I heard some of the things y'all was saying about the testing positive for the cocaine, but I'm not sure about that. But for overall, he's a upstanding citizen. I think he deserves to have his parole, to be paroled.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
I don't.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brady, I hear you saying you don't have a drug problem. Well, let me tell you, doing cocaine is illegal in the state of Louisiana. It's illegal. Whether it's a problem or not, from what I've read in your report, you have continued to have illegal drugs since you got out. And I have no choice but to take that very seriously. Have you had any kind of substance abuse treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you have substance abuse treatment?
At the Operation Clinic for veterans. You know, now, I just gotta admit, I was in a bad relationship. I was in a toxic relationship. And a female friend that was there with me. Anytime she wanted something, you know, I didn't give it to her or didn't give her money for it. She put these drawn up charges on me for domestic violence. Unfortunately, she died. She died in a abandoned apartment while I was in jail on December 11th. My son also died that same day of stage 4 cancer. You know, so I had a lot of things going on. When I was talking to my agent about my parole transfer to California where I could take care of my wife that turned in a bad turn. She had a heart attack, strokes, and everything. And since I've been trying to get to California, uh, my son lost his leg in a motorcycle accident, my youngest son. You know, so I've been having a lot going on in my life. I'm trying to get, hopefully that the parole board give me a reprimand so I can keep my government housing so I won't be homeless again. You know, and I gotta reinstate my social security and my disability and reinstate my apartment, so I won't lose that. My sister been paying the rent for the past 4 months. I've been in jail 4 months. You know, like 4 days will be 4 months I've been incarcerated. You know, and I just not having this here. So I pray that the parole board reprimand me because I'm going straight. And the girl that was in my life, she's no longer living. You know, and I'm sorry for that.
All right. Well, Mr. Brady, my
Yes,
vote today is going to be in lieu of revocation to send you to a substance abuse program and then to be released back on supervision. Okay. So that's my vote, is that you would go to a substance abuse program. It doesn't mean that you're being revoked. You're going to go to a substance abuse program and then would be released. That's just my recommendation. Okay. That's my vote.
Okay, is there any way that I could?
You have to let the other panel members vote first. Okay. And then while you're in, if you want to try to go to California, you can do an interstate compact, try to go to California, whatever. That's just my vote today.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
My vote's to revoke. I don't like the idea that there were some bullets and guns and things like that involved at his place. I think he's had trouble with the truth. He had to pin him down about the cocaine and all of that business. You got too many ifs, whats, and buts and theirs, and my vote is to revoke.
Okay. And my vote also is to revoke based upon the answers that you gave and, you know, the lengthy drugs and then the firearms and everything. So my vote today is to revoke your parole and the time, Mr. Brady, that concludes our hearing and the time, because this is a unanimous vote. Well, 2 out of 3 vote. So the time now is 11:17. Okay, good morning. It's January 22nd, 2026. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I am going to be the chairman on today's panel. We'll be joined by Zoom by Mr. Steve Prater and Ms. Jerry Ledoux. They're also on the panel. Do you have anyone with you today in the room? Any staff member? Mr. Coates?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone in there with you or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, staff, introduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Deputy Lovell.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Coates, will you introduce yourself and your DOC number for the record, please?
Jared Coates, and my DOC number is 786-852, I believe.
No, that's incorrect. What's the last four of your social?
9387.
Okay. All righty, that's correct. All right, let's go forward now. All right, so today I'm going to read out some information about you and you'll let me know if it's incorrect, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have as your recorded name, Jared Eugene Coates. Your DOC number is 786-853. You're a first-class offender. Your offense was hit and run driving, obstruction of justice. You were sentenced on 3/14/2024, and your sentence was hit and run driving, 10 years, Department of Corrections, and then obstruction of justice, 5 years, Department of Correction, and that was to run concurrently. Your parole date is 3/21/2026. Your good time date is 3/20/2027. And your full-time date is 9/21/2033. Is all that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please tell us, in your words, what you did to get here today, and why should we be considering allowing you to get out early?
So kind of tell my story since I've been incarcerated, or before? Just
tell us tell the story of how you got incarcerated, the hit and run. Let's start with that.
Okay. Well, when the incident happened, you know, I was pretty much into starting a company and had many things going on, too many irons in the fire. And heading home that night, I knew something had happened, and everything happened so quickly that I, went into a panic. I didn't see what had happened, but I knew it should have been something that I should have stopped and contacted authorities. And I was in a panic. And Kevin Weaver, who actually worked for me and reported me and him have actually, I dealt a lot with, whenever I found out he reported me in the beginning, a few months into my incarceration, yes, I was upset because I had intentions on turning myself in. And after we've talked because on the boat, they have the boat phones and stuff. So we, whenever I was off, it's probably about 8 months ago, we started talking. I kind of discussed what had happened after and asked him, I was like, what made you want to do that? And he's like, man, you were in a panic. I told you I would do that. And I didn't realize that. And it helped me come to terms with myself. a lot. I actually was hoping he could participate in this hearing because we've known each other for about 8 years, and it took a lot of self-analyzing to come to terms that he did the right thing. He had a lot to lose. He knew what had happened because it was posted on the news the next day. I had no idea of the intensity of the situation until I read what was on the news. And today I'm thankful for his decision and, you know, his decision that he made. And throughout this journey, you know, I've worked on boats my whole life, but in the shipyard, and being out there on the water is a little different, and it's helped me, you know, really sit with myself and deal with myself and not live in a false reality, you know, not live in a lie, you know, face the truth for what it is and move forward and just try to do the next right thing.
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and get it out of the way. You have law enforcement opposition with the sheriff, the DA, and the sentencing judge. So that's number one. And number two, you know, you say that you knew something happened and you panicked, and you should have stopped and called it in. But then when I was reading the report, you thought maybe it was a dog. So did you think it was a dog, or did you think it was something bigger than a dog that you should have stopped, checked?
I'll be honest and say I thought possibly it was something bigger than a dog or a big dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that you said you should have stopped and checked, you know, that, because you might have to call it in. And you didn't do either. A synopsis of the arrest report is very telling. You probably heard it, but on September 19th, 2023, 2 officers from the Houma Police Department were patrolling when the officers noticed a male subject kneeling in the road. The officers drove past this subject, but quickly turned around to investigate. The officers exited their marked vehicle and noticed the kneeling man subject. He was crying and holding a seriously injured male. The seriously injured male was later identified as Mr. Axel Eulaw. It was noticed that the seriously injured male had a severe gash to his head and black track marks across his torso. The initial witness reported that the victim was attempting to cross the road and was struck by the white truck. Following the accident, the white truck continued to drive down the roadway and failed to stop to investigate what had been hit. And Mr. Eulaw was pronounced dead. So that's his name. That's what happened to him on the roadway. I think that should always be mentioned, because that's what brought you here today. Now, why should we let you out early?
Well, my plans are, I would say, if I'm let out early or if I'm not, my plans are to keep the same job and focus more on stability and not just constantly wanting to work, you know, work-life balance, focus more on family, living in the moment. Because I'll say part of my panic was having a major project that I was in the middle of for Fruit Grove Marine, and just being overwhelmed, and it caused me to make a bad decision, bad judgment, and just live a more simple life. And
How old were you when this happened?
I was 29.
You were 29.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have children? Did you have children at 29?
Yes, ma'am.
You married?
My daughter's 9 years old and my son is 6 years old.
You married?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know they said when they came that you had hid the license plate under your mattress. So
Yes.
you talked about your friend and that you had planned on calling it in yourself. That's not an indicator of somebody that was planning on calling it in himself. It sounds like you were trying to get away with it. Hope nobody would know it was you. That's what it sounds like. And living in the moment, that's kind of what you were doing when you did all of that. You were living in the moment because you really were thinking about how is this going to affect me? So have you had any victim understanding groups? Have you been to anything like that? Tell me some of the classes you've attended because you really haven't been in that long.
I haven't. I've been on a boat for 21 months straight. I started out as after I took my time, I was put on trustee in the kitchen, and I've been on offshore for 21 months.
So pretty much they let you go to work right away. So you haven't had time to do any victim awareness classes or important things like that too.
No.
Okay. Right. Does either of my colleagues have any questions?
I do not.
Yes, sir. So you went to jail and then you immediately went offshore as a work release kind of program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had any drug abuse treatment at all?
No, sir. Like in my life?
Yes, sir.
Several years ago, I attended a rehab called Victory in Lafayette for marijuana.
But you got some drug convictions and you got this deal where, I don't know for sure, but you might have been drinking that night. I know at Hooters, they won't serve you sometimes because you get too drunk. Is that all accurate?
There was an instance where that did happen, yes. It wasn't a regular occurrence, but yes, sir, it's not inaccurate.
Do you think you have a substance abuse problem?
Yes, I believe that I'm somebody that needs to actively participate in like a AA program in order to maintain abstinence.
Because I'm concerned that you're not going to get any kind of substance abuse treatment when you're offshore. I don't know. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Do you have any final words you'd like to say to us?
I'd just like to thank y'all for y'all's time and going over the case and your consideration. Other than that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know it works out well for you that you're offshore and that you're making money because a certain amount of it you get to keep. But for society's sake, I mean, with the drug situation, substance abuse, and then we have a man that was left in the road dead because he was ran over. He had a life, and that all ended that night in a horrible way. So that's where victim awareness comes in, and you should be having to go through those types of classes. You're not going to get that because you're getting to go offshore, which is a plum job for somebody that's incarcerated because you can save up quite a bit of money. You've only served, is it less than 2 years of your sentence of 10 years? Because you were sentenced, it says 324. We hadn't gotten to 326 yet.
Yes, ma'am. I was arrested in September. I didn't bond out or anything.
Okay. All right, so approximately 2 years of a 10-year sentence, and 5 years of it was to be ran concurrent. So it's a total of 15 years, but it adds up to only 10 when you make 5 years concurrent. Okay, my vote today is going to be not to grant your parole. You have not served enough time. And approximately 2.5 years of a 10-year sentence. That's not enough time served. And also, you've not gotten any programs to help you out when you re-enter society, such as substance abuse treatment or victim awareness. You're not getting any of that. So my vote today is going to be to deny based upon those two reasons. Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. My vote would be to deny with the recommendation of a long-term substance abuse program administered by DOC.
Okay.
Mr. Coates, you do not have the required programming to be paroled without that programming. So right now, my vote is to deny.
Okay. So, Mr. Coach, you've been denied, and the long-term substance abuse program by DOC has been recommended, and I concur with Mr. Prater about that also. So today you've been denied, not enough time served, and you need long-term substance abuse program through DOC. And that concludes our hearing at 11:47, sir. Good morning, sir. Today is January the 22nd. The time is 11:55. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will chair the panel today. And my fellow board members are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. Is there anyone in the room, any staff in the room with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can I get them to introduce themselves for the record, please?
Deputy Danford with Bossier Medium.
And
Okay.
Mr. Jason Johnson with Department of Corrections, Steve Boyle.
Okay. All right, thank you. Today, sir, will you say your name and your DOC number for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me. My name is Kyle Randolph, 529-803, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna read off basically, you know, what you just read and then more information, and you correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Currently located at Bossier Medium, Shy South. Your name is Randolph Kyle. Your DOC number is 529-803. Your third class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 4/28/2017. Your adjusted good time date is 11/01/2027. Your full-time date is 7/28/2028. You have a total sentence of 15 years. And you have, you're in prison for distribution of heroin. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Let's see, today, sir, would you like to tell us, why you are in prison at this time and why should we let you out early?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in here for distribution of heroin, and the person who I was back then, it took me a while to get to actually realize I was nothing. I was a liar. I did what I had to do to get what I wanted. I manipulated people. I always had an excuse for everything. If I would have told you right now, like, oh yeah, because I love my son, my actions wasn't showing that. If I said I love my family, my actions wasn't showing that. It took for me to have to be sitting behind a wall all these years. Even when I came in here, I still wasn't ready. I still was getting in trouble. And it took for me to be here and have a sober mind to understand and take time to really see, like, time is passing me by. I'm 38 years old. I'm getting older. Kids getting older. No memories. Enough is enough. It's time to learn. Time to get your life together.
Staff in the room, is there anything you would like to add to this?
Sure. So this is Jason Johnson with Steve Boyle. And I just want to say we talked to the counselors about Mr. Randolph, and everything they said was overwhelmingly positive. He sits on the front row of class every day and participates, and it sounds like he's generally doing a good job. He is in our 9-month program and is set to graduate in April of this year. And I think that's about all I have to say. He is taking parenting and anger management, as well as all the other Steve Boyle classes that are standard.
Does the just Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include pre-release as well?
It does, actually. Yes, he is in that currently. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure how many hours into that he is, but I could certainly figure it out.
What about GED? I saw that he's tested, but has not achieved his GED yet.
That was something he and I were just discussing. So we do not have a high set teacher at the moment. And I was telling him that high set is something he needs to be doing. And I'm not sure when we will have that back here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Miss Ledoux, who you just were speaking to, she is the lead today. She will interview you. And she's gonna allow, you do have 2 people in support, and she's gonna allow them when she sees fit to speak, okay? Miss Ledoux?
Mr. Randolph, you spoke of that, the switch flipped. When did that happen?
After the year of 2019, she said a switch flipped.
When did you change your mind?
Oh, after the year of 2019, I was in a cell block. I'm looking at the walls. I'm just looking at the walls. All type of negative stuff in my mind, man. And I'm like, you know what? I'm counting these bricks on the wall. I'm like, I'm about to start putting some positive words in here. You know, keep going, strive, better yourself, trustworthy. I don't want nobody to look at me and say, hey, you know what? You don't deserve a chance. Guess what? I was saying this to myself. If I make it today, if I don't make it today, man, I'm still a changed man. The old me is dead and gone, man.
11, 12. Since 2019, you've had 12 write-ups while you've been incarcerated. And I understand that within the confines of a prison environment, fights will happen. That was your last write-up. But cell phones, disobedience, unsanitary practices. I'm not going to go there. Two more phones, defiance. I don't see. So in 2022, you got 5 write-ups. You only became eligible to come before us in December the 6th that just passed because of your 5 write-ups in 2022. So the switch may have flipped, but the conduct didn't until 22. So speak to me about that.
I take full accountability of my actions, man. I was under the influence, and now since I came at the SHOT program, I have been drug-free. It just taught me accept responsibility, take accountability for my actions. Don't blame other people for my actions and stuff like that. It just taught me just to be a man, be better. When I was a boy, I thought as a boy, but now I'm a man, I put away the foolish things.
Okay, I've seen 2 people today who went through the Steve Hoyle program that got out and we had to revoke them. I want to hear what you're going to do, what kind of plans you would have that would keep you from being another statistic like that. You're already a 3rd-class offender. So tell me, where are you going to live? What you going to do? What's the plan?
I'm moving away from New Orleans and I'm relocating to Baton Rouge. I have a sister
It's not much better sometimes.
She owns a 18-wheeler trucking company, and
Who
I'm
is
gonna
she?
be working.
Who is she?
My sister Siobhan Houston.
Okay, I've got her. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll be driving. I'll be working for her, unloading and loading trucks while I'm studying for my CDL. In the process, I was supposed to take online classes to obtain the GED while I was out there also, man.
Okay. So we'll hear from her in just a minute. So before you went into prison, did you ever have a go to work 40 hours a week paycheck job?
No, ma'am. I was talking about how I had a job when I was 18 years old. I was working for CP Louisiana producing barrels. That was the best job I had. That's what she loved.
I think camera was.
Okay, I see you. Everything's back.
All right. Okay. That was the best job. I'm sorry. That was the best job I had. And when I received my first pending charge was I think it was a firearm and some drugs. My Mr. John called me into the office. He said, "Mr. Randolph, you have a pending charge?" I was about to lie. He said, "Don't you lie to me." I already said. I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "I'm gonna have to let you go. You was doing so good." And right then and there, it's just like I just lost myself. I just lost myself.
I understand. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hear now from Miss your sister. We have Miss Houston. So is it Miss Green or
Hello?
Miss Houston? I don't know which
No,
one.
it's Miss Houston. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how y'all doing today? And I've been listening to everything that my brother's been saying so far on the call. And I'm very proud of him for his mindset and the change because of the fact of one, how we grew up, and two, um his mind being reconstructed because of again the standard and the way that my mother was working for the city of New Orleans and just the involvement or whatever. And sometimes yes, peer pressure can be, sometimes the wrong friend, sometimes you're just not discerning who you are and just trying to find out who you are as a person or whatever. And I've talked to my brother about this, and I have now made the pavement and the way for our family. When my brother does come home, he will be coming home to not only being a worker, but having his own trucking company. He will have his own 18 wheeler that is being given to him. He needs to just accomplish getting his CDL. I've already looked into the second chance program for him to get his CDL so that he can automatically get on this truck, and I train him to do everything he needs to do to be a good citizen in this country. And he will have his LLC will be in his name fully. He already has the EIN. He's already connected with CFC Freight Logistics LLC. um and I'm just going to train him on everything he needs to know. We talked about this, and he needs to understand the seriousness of this because this is our family lineage. This is what we're leaving to our children, and this is what's being built as of now or whatever. And I'm just in the game for him to be able to come home again and to do what he needs to do as a man. And that's to lead and provide and to be the man that God called him to be, and nothing less than that.
Okay, we also have Miss Green. Would she like to speak now?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Krishan Green, and I am the mother of his son, Kyle Green. Our son, he's now 12 years old, and he misses his dad a lot. So I'm really calling on behalf of him. So he's grown up without Kyle his whole life. Like I said, he's now 12 years old, and I can see that it's affecting him. And I do understand that, Kyle has a past, and we cannot undo that past, but I know that his release would allow him the opportunity to be a parent, and he'll be able to build some kind of bond with our son. He will be able to learn how to be a man in this society. And I do believe that he's matured, and that he's ready to become a better man. So I just respectfully ask that, you can consider the years he's done, that he's already served. I do believe that his presence out here will have a big impact on our child's life. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So, Mr. Randolph, you have been incarcerated how many years on this 15-year sentence?
Almost, excuse me, almost 14 years, ma'am. Almost 14 years.
So you have a full term date of 2028. So I don't see how that would figure into 14. I have closer to 12. So, I look back over your criminal history. I don't see any crimes of violence in your history. But your behavior while incarcerated has been less than acceptable, right?
Yes, ma'am. I take full accountability of my actions, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. From the primary, secondary to the tertiary, everyone, ma'am. Everyone.
Okay. I would allow my colleagues if either of you have any questions.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's the only thing bothers me. You've done great on your interview. I'm concerned. I want you to just reassure or convince me about all the disciplines, and I'll say recent because of what we see normally, but I'm talking, it's been 3 years. But that is somewhat recent. Convince me of like the phone. Who are you talking to on the phone?
Just having the phone, just not just being able to have it, just not thinking, not even thinking of the consequences or repercussions of this. Just just having the phone, it was crazy. Not even using my head, not even thinking about the consequences or the repercussions of if I get caught with this, not only once, but twice. Not only twice, but 3 times. To just have to really be sitting right here and like, you know what? You was a little boy thinking with no lead, no nothing. And like I say, when I was a boy, I was thought as a boy. Now I'm 38, I have to put away the foolish things. I really see the consequences and repercussions of it. I really see. And I understand now.
Well, if you're fortunate enough to get granted parole today, you ought to know from watching any of these hearings. I don't know if you ever watch them or not, but we don't play. If we give somebody a second chance, that really means a 10th chance in most cases, like in yours. And others, it's a 10th case, and we're sticking our neck out there saying, we're willing to give them a chance, but we don't play if we see you again.
I know. I was
Okay,
telling
I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there, hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes, you can speak.
Okay, Ms. Stapleton, do you have anything that you would like to ask?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The board is prepared to vote at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Randolph, you were not only selling, but you were using drugs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have learned the consequences of both of those impacts on society and how that makes, we've got a drug epidemic problem here in our country. And Baton Rouge is no different than New Orleans. It's what you decide to do with yourself that's going to make a difference. My vote today will be, I'm going to grant parole conditioned upon completion of your pre-release class, your Steve Hoyle class, and I'm going to also, I would vote that when you return on supervision, that you would have a curfew and that you would have to get your GED within 6 months. I think you're plenty smart enough. You're very articulate. I don't think you'll have a problem with that. So you would have to get your GED. And I want you to go to AA and NA once a week.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Prater, what is your vote, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I concur with that. I think that he's given a great interview. I think it appears he's learned his lesson, but if he doesn't, he's been warned and will get back in for the rest of his time. So I wish you well, and that's my vote.
Thank you, sir.
And I concur also with both of my colleagues and with the same conditions that Ms. Ledoux set out. So today, sir, you have been granted, your parole has been granted under those conditions, and the time is 12:16.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There you go. That's it.
Yes, Lord.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, no, it's good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is January 22nd, 2026. The time is 12:39. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm going to chair the panel today, and I'll be joined by my other board members, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater by Zoom. Is there any staff members in there with you?
Yes, this is Carl Kamak with Madison Correctional Center, sitting here with James Martin from Bayou Correctional.
Okay, do y'all have any staff members in there?
I'm the staff member.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, Lordy. Okay, well, thank you
I
very
have
much.
Mr. Martin here. He's sitting right here.
Okay, that's who I need, Mr. Martin. Thank you so much, and thank you for introducing yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see?
Pull it back a little bit.
Oh, yeah. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Martin, for the record, will you give us your name and your DOC number, please?
My name's James Wesley Martin. My DOC number is 532-141.
Okay. All right. Well, my name is Carolyn Stapleton, as you heard. I'm going to read out some information from your master prison record, and you let me know if everything is correct, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your recorded name is James W. Martin. Your DOC number is 532-141. Your offender class is a second felony offender. The offenses listed is number one, issuing worthless checks over $500, issuing worthless checks over $500, theft over $500, then another issuing worthless checks over $500, issuing worthless checks over $100 to $500, theft over $500, and then theft over $300 up to $500, and as an habitual offender, and also molestation of a juvenile. Your sentencing date was 12/18/2007. You were revoked on 2/7/2011. You were sentenced again on 10/27/2011 and 2/9/2012. Your sentence was 5 years for each count, all concurrent, 21 years as a second offender, 10 years consecutive. So 5 plus 21 plus 10 equals a total of 36 years hard labor. Your parole eligibility date is 7/7/2020. Your good time date is 4/11/2041, and your full term date is 7/10/2044. Did I read everything out correctly for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see, do we have anybody? Okay, we have somebody here today, who is gonna speak in opposition, but, before we go there, we need you to tell us, in your words, how did you end up there today? What did you do? And why should we let you out early?
Yes, ma'am. During my incarceration, I was sent to DCI, Dixon Correctional Center, for approximately 10, 12 years. During my courses there, I've taken all the college courses there for my ASE certification for mechanics. I was a tutor down there. I was a head of maintenance at DCI for many years. I came up to parole. My original sentence was the 36 years that you said, and that was without parole, probation, or suspension of sentence. So when I took my sentence of 36 years, I pretty much had my life written away and did the wrong things and got my life taken away from me because of my choices.
Yes.
And during the time of my incarceration, I've heard a lot of people and my family members and my victims. I've hurt people And I spent so far around 17 years trying to recoup my dignity and try to repair my family as much as I can. And it's been hard. The parole board in 2020 recommended me for SHI program, and they wanted me to go through the SHI program because they had a PTSD doctor there for my military PTSD. I've been an alcoholic since I've been probably. I started drinking when I was very young, and when I went in the military, went to war, it didn't help my drinking, and I consistently drank pretty much my whole life up until the last few years of before I came to prison, and I started to get my life straight. But during that time, my being an alcoholic and being under the PTSD, a wartime veteran, I went through a lot of problems. I never got any help. The parole board last time asked me to go to the Shy Shack where I could get help, some counseling, and I've taken advantage of all counseling that I could get from DCI. I've taken every class possible at DCI. There's some classes at Shy Shack that sort of I keyed in on, and I really thought they were really good classes. The parenting class, it enabled me to see as a parent the mistakes I've made and showed me a way to somehow reconcile those mistakes, even being in prison. I've spent many hours looking at the victim awareness. That was one thing that I had not had at DCI was a victim awareness program. And there at Shy Shop, I was able to take that program along with the other programs, and it made me aware of some of the things I had, worthless checks and things like that. They were still victims to that. I was robbing Peter to pay Paul construction wise, and that's why the checks were written. But my responsibility to those checks was my responsibility. So my choices got me here, and therefore prison for a long time. And like I was saying, I wasn't expecting ever to get a parole hearing, and I was blessed. And when I came to prison, I did not expect to ever get out because of my choices. I was enabled a parole hearing in 2020, and like I said, I took full advantage of everything I could at DCI and at Shy Shop, and I have 2 children, boys. When I came to prison, my boys were approximately 10 and 12 years old. I got 2 grandkids now. They're the same age my boys were when I went to prison. I have not seen them. I've had my grandparents die, family members die, and there's no blame to this other than on myself. And I've had to live with myself for the last years. And to consider me coming home was a blessing just to be considered. I truthfully hope. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, you go ahead. This is your turn. You go ahead.
I just hurt a lot of people. I know that, and everything I can do to get back out in society, work. I have my oldest son has a company. He's done very well. Therefore, he was willing to, give me a job when I get out if I'm possibly paroled. And there's a lot of rules and regulations I got to do for the rest of my life. And I have to take those responsibilities, and I have. And I got to better myself as a person. And through the classes I've had at DCI and at Shy Shack, I've been able myself to do that. And every day I get up every day thanking God that I'm still here and that my family members are still alive, that are my children and my grandkids now. I've never seen my grandkids. Like I said, my kids were almost the same age as my grandkids are now.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you said that the previous board sent you to SHAWSAP in order for you to get help with the PTSD and the alcoholism. Did that happen? Because you mentioned parenting and victim awareness.
Those are classes I had received there at SHAWSAP.
Did you get your alcoholism and PTSD addressed while you were there?
Yes, ma'am. And at DCI, being the alcoholic, I'm an alcoholic for the rest of my life. I'll never not be an alcoholic, and I just had to learn how to live a sober life through, I am Christian. I do go to church. My children were introduced to church before I came to prison. So the upbringing of my children's and my ex-wife my ex-wife did very well raising my two boys on her own. No thanks to me being in prison.
Let me ask you, so the second part of that question is, why should we let you out early?
I can be the person that my family needs me to be and the person that the community needs me to be by going out, working, doing good for the community, doing good for my church, being there for my children, being there for my grandkids.
Yes, sir.
And making right choices now with a sober mind. And I've been able to do that. And I've been sober for almost 25 years. So the precedence of me being sober for 25 years, and if you've asked my family or my wife at the time that when I was in the military, during my career in the military, she would say, I would never quit drinking. She would state that to you if she was here. And at the last parole hearing, she did come on and state that. And that was one of the reasons parole board sent me to SHAWSAP, is because of my PTSD and my being an alcoholic.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Steve Prater. He's gonna be the lead on the panel concerning your case, and you do have somebody here in opposition. So, Mr. Prater, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to hear from the district attorney, if I could. I believe he's going to speak to us.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prater, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you all. Good afternoon. Just very briefly, on behalf of the district attorney, Mr. Martin has a long and extensive rap sheet. It goes back for many, many years. And primarily, seems to have involved taking advantage of homeowners who have repeatedly paid him large sums of money and got basically nothing in return, or next to nothing. Now, he said a moment ago that he's blaming a lot of these issues on alcoholism, and he just stated that he's been sober for 25 years, which means that he was sober when he was committing these crimes, which is something to bear in mind here. You will notice in the packets that have been put together regarding the oppositions in this case, that the opinions of law enforcement are uniform regarding this offender, that he is a career criminal and a serial thief who will, in all likelihood, victimize more homeowners if given the opportunity. He, in fact, committed a theft while on probation. Now, when you couple this with his sex crime conviction, we believe that it is simply too much of a risk. And on behalf of law enforcement, we ask that you deny parole. Thank you.
Sir, we appreciate your input in that. Okay, Mr. Martin, let me talk to you about a few things. I've got me some questions. Notice that you pled guilty to having sexual relations with your 12-year-old stepdaughter. Is that correct?
The charge was called molestation of a juvenile. Yes, that was the charge.
Okay, she was 12 years old, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you had a charge back in 1999 of impregnating someone less than 16 years old. What was that about?
That had nothing to do with me. That's the wrong person, I believe.
Okay.
That's never been a charge for me. In 1991, I was in Desert Storm in
90,
war.
99.
In 99, I
Yes,
was
sir.
still in the military.
Okay.
And the that I don't have any idea, but the juvenile of my stepdaughter at the time, that's I'm aware of that.
Okay. Well, I didn't make it up, but it could, you're right. It could be on there for some other reason, but I was trying to find it right quick and seeing if I
And
could.
what state would that have been in?
Well, I don't know.
That I've never had a charge like that, Your Honor, sir. The
Okay.
only charge I had was sexual molestation of a juvenile. That was in St. Tammany Parish.
Okay. I will find it. We'll do some research and get the record corrected if it's not you on there.
Thank you.
Okay. How many? Yeah, I know that you were on probation for a number of and had violations while you're on probation a number of times.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I was on probation one time.
Yes,
And
sir.
during that time, which was approximately a year, I was going to court on misappropriation of funds to homeowners. Okay. So therefore, the misappropriation of funds, that's what I was charged with. And I went to trial and I was found guilty. And I was on probation for one of those charges. The other charges I was not.
Mhm.
And those are the choices. I understand that the district attorney, how he explained it from his point of view for I committed these crimes when I was sober. That is correct technically, but my sobriety was young during that time, and I had not lived the life of a sober person. I was still in a fog. I was still trying to live like an alcoholic, but I was trying to figure out how to live a sober life and make good decisions and better decisions for my family.
Yes.
And that's too much, too late, too soon. And I was the construction part of it. I was robbing Peter to pay Paul. I was writing checks to cover job sites, and I had too many job sites going in during the hurricane. I'd get 2 or 3 job sites going on, and I couldn't get back to one of them. They put a deposit down on it, and I did keep the deposit. I did get some of the money back to them on materials. I never took the money and just ran. Never done that. I showed up to the job sites. I did go to the job sites. I may not have completed the job sites, and I didn't get my complete share of the money either because I always was honest with the homeowners saying, don't pay me all up front, always pay me a little at a time. And the homeowners did do that. But the times I got in trouble for that is because I basically could not get back to the job sites in a reasonable time, and therefore I was charged for that crime. And I understand that, and that's what happened. I ain't disagreeing with that district attorney said at all. Other than
How much restitution do you owe?
I have no idea, sir. I believe I think one was $15,000. I think everything was under for the worthless checks and everything. If they added them up, it was under $30,000. And they did give me an amount of time to start paying on that also during my probation. And I was on probation for approximately 2 years, and I did pay a sum of about $9,000 back, and that was it.
Okay. What about your sex offender treatment?
Yes. DCI, at Shy Shap, we all had this level 1, level 2, level 3 sex offender programs there. I completed all the sex offender programs at the facilities, and the levels back when I first took the classes in 2012 and 13, that was a phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. They changed it from in 2014 or 16 to it's called a New Leaf program for sexual offenders. And I took that and I was a facilitator during that time and learning pros and cons of how I destroyed a person's life, of the actions I made during that time. And you go through your risk factors. When, the risk factors, there's 26 risk factors. There's certain ones that pertain to each individual. I'm an alcoholic. I tend to do basically, as my ex-wife would say, I would lie and misrepresent things. And I wouldn't just come out and tell the truth about what was going on to my homeowners and to my other contracts that I had going on. And that's what got me in trouble. And that's the gist of that. The families that I hurt, they deserve to be upset. And I cannot and will not ever be able to feel that I can't repay that, the hurt that I did. All I can do is come back and try to live a good life and try to get back to society and follow the rules of my parole or probation, whatever I was placed on at this time. I'm 55 years old. I was in the military for approximately 13, 14 years. Never had no problems. The military, I was a civil engineer in the Navy. I was a United States Seabee. I learned my trades through the military. And some of the trades, while I was in the military, they teach you planning and estimating, but they don't teach you planning and estimating material costs because everything's paid for by the military. So the material cost and my judgment of how to bid jobs were wrong. And when I did that, the homeowner would suffer because I couldn't do the job, I couldn't finish the job, or I couldn't buy a certain amount of materials, and I'd go write a bad check to cover the materials so I could keep doing the job so I could get the end of the money. So I was robbing Peter to pay Paul to keep going. And that's what I had done. And the district attorney was 100% correct what he said on that.
How many years did this go on, this robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Well, I would say in my first conviction, it probably went on from like the Hurricane Katrina for about 3 years after that. About 3, 4 years time frame.
So you wrote a lot of checks in that time. It wasn't just a one afternoon deal or one job site deal where you got behind. It was a recurring pattern of
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, sir.
I noticed in 2021, your phase 1 sexual offender treatment was suspended because of a lack of progress.
I believe that was 2021.
Yes, sir.
I believe that could have been at Shy Shop because they were unable to provide the teachers to come in because of the quarantine. So what they did was they gave us the pamphlets to work on. So we had the pamphlets, but we were never able to go in front of a classroom like we were in prison at DCI. We didn't have classroom time with the people there that were teaching the classes. We had teachers for substance abuse and all the classes, but we weren't going to the actual classes because the coronavirus is going on. So they would give us our pamphlets and we would do our pamphlets and turn them in. And that's how they did it while I was at Shy Shop. Very little classroom time because of the coronavirus.
Okay, well, the way it's written, it sounded like it was your lack of progress.
I was there for 9 months and I requested all the classes that the parole board told me to go to, and I did that. I graduated that class And I sent the certificates in 2022 when I graduated. I had never, ever denied any classes. Never.
Okay. All right, well, Madam Chairman, let somebody else ask the question. I want to look for something
Okay,
to
Ms.
see if
Liz,
I can, if there's any other questions.
Well, the only thing that I want to bring up, and so you finished SHISAP in January of 2022, is that correct?
Yes. I was there
Okay.
from 21 to 22, yes.
Yes. And then in April of 2022, you had a write-up?
April of 2022.
Yeah. You had two write-ups in 2022, a number 10 and ag disobedience. Let's see.
Those were from DCI in 2010, 12 timeframe. I had two write-ups in 2012. That was the only two write-ups I had in my life.
Okay, let me verify that. Is that
It was a rule disobedience. I went outside and smoked a cigarette, and I was supposed to be in class. And that
okay?
was at DCI.
You were in the Delta dorm
DCI? No, Dixon
at Bayou,
Correctional Center.
at Bayou Correctional.
Oh, at Bayou Correctional?
Mhm.
I am in Bravo dorm. I was at Delta dorm for a little bit of time, yes.
Yeah, okay. This says in 12/10 of 2022, you
Okay.
had a Rule 10 fighting violation. And you had a 5-day disciplinary segregation. And then in 11/2 of 22, this one concerned me more than the other. It's a rule number 5, but it says that the officer saw you and another 2 offenders sitting on a bunk smoking an unknown substance.
During that time, the facility that I am at sold cigarettes. At prison, they didn't sell cigarettes. We purchased cigarettes on store and we smoke cigarettes, and they are cigarettes. And I do understand, and I am aware of, I had two write-ups with no I had two write-ups, two for smoking, I believe, and like you said, the fighting. The fighting wasn't a fight. I pushed him away and he pushed me away, and that was it. There was nothing major about it. They put me in the block for 7 days, separated, and we both went back to the same dorm with no problems. It was basically he wanted something and I wouldn't give it to him, so I protected myself and pushed him away, and then he pushed me back, and that was it. It didn't go any further than that, and that's the only fighting I've ever had in prison at all. My whole
Yeah,
time.
I noticed your other up until then your conduct had been good.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And so that's why I was asking about that, because
Different facility. I had just came out of Shy Shop, and the rules at the facility that I'm at is smoking is allowed. And they wrote me up for smoking in the dorm. That's what they did. And that's the
they
right.
didn't drug test you or anything like that. So,
No,
I
they
mean,
did not.
if they had any kind of suspicion it was something other than tobacco, I feel confident that they would have drug screened you.
Yes, I've
So,
taken drug testing and everything. I've never had a problem with taking drug tests. I've never popped positive in my life for a drug. I'm military. I've been clean. No drugs ever in my life.
okay. Well, your case is very difficult in that your victims were people who were already in a vulnerable position, and you've already accepted responsibility. I'm just telling you, this is a very difficult thing. These are people who've already been traumatized, and you know, on top of all of that, they were victimized. And so
it was, you know, before the hurricane hit and everything like that. And
contractor fraud was very
yes,
rampant during that
yes.
time. I know that. Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, have you ever been to Clay County, Florida?
Yes, yes. I was stationed in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. And
U.S.
is that,
Navy.
okay, you know where Clay County is then?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, that's where it says that you were originally arrested for cruelty towards a child, a felony, impregnating a child under 16, and providing alcohol to a person under 21. But both of those were non-prost, and they end up charging you with a little something else, a $150 fine. What was that
Yes.
about? Do you remember that now?
Yeah, I do remember that. And I had a babysitter that was babysitting my two sons at the time, and my ex-wife, you know, we were married during the time, and she would come over and babysit for us. And therefore I smoked. My wife did not smoke, but I smoked, and she would ask for a cigarette and I'd give her a cigarette. But she was under the age. And that was the reason why I got in trouble, because she was underage and I gave her a cigarette.
You don't remember any of the other, even the charges? I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying you don't remember being charged with something that
They
serious?
charged that, and they never brought it. They said they could have charged me with something like that, but they never brought it back up. They took me, and I never got arrested for nothing, none of that. But
But you do
I never
remember
had.
now that you do remember it was a serious charge to begin with. Now, is that correct?
Yeah, it started off that way. Yes, yes.
Well, you look
And
like
I did.
you
It
made
was.
me look, you made me, not that I mind looking foolish, I do every time I'm on these hearings, but you made it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, I did
From
not.
the,
Yeah, from 1991. Is that there? I mean, that's a long time ago, sir. I really did not remember that.
okay, do you
But
remember back in Clay County being charged with a DWI?
yes,
Okay,
and I was also charged at Clay County. I was also charged for driving without a license, I believe, also.
okay, do you remember being charged with aggravated battery and domestic violence? And
Yes,
you pled guilty to a lesser charge
yes,
and and that was in Clay County also.
yes, and that was during the military when I was stationed at Jacksonville, Florida, and that was a long, long time ago. Yes, and I
Okay.
did. I those
Did
those
you?
those charges
Okay.
were there from that time period. Yes,
Those were
from Clay
all,
County. I am fully aware of those, and I do remember what you're saying. Yes.
okay. All right. Well, I was just making sure I wasn't seeing things.
During that time, that was I would say, the bottom part of my life of my drinking. I was drinking during that time while I was in Clay County.
Do you have any contact with the mother of the little girl, the 12-year-old that you had sex with?
We didn't have sex. It was molestation of a juvenile, and it wasn't sex. I fondled her and touched her inappropriately, and that's how I left it. And no, the day that the
No,
person
that's
that
what you pled. That's what you pled to. That's not what
yes,
she
sir,
contended.
he contended, yes,
She contended it was actual sex, and
right,
you pled to a lesser charge, correct?
absolutely.
Okay.
because the sex never happened. It was a wrong choice for me to put my hands on her like I did, and it's wrong. And that's bottom line on that. And when I was told about how this was going about from my stepdaughter chart making accusations towards me, and how it went about the day that she made those charges, I left the premises because I did not want to take any risk of her being taken away from her mother, or any other charges that could be brought up if I was in the same household as her. So I vacated the house that day, and I've never talked to the victim ever again. And even in prison, while I was in prison, the mother of the victim had notified me through mail, prison mail, and needed some signatures for a life insurance policy, and it went through the prison people there at prison to give it to me, and I signed it and I sent it back to her. And that was the only time I've had any connection with my other ex-wife.
Okay. And are you currently married now?
No, no, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Okay, well, you're kind of hard to pin down, I gotta tell you. You know, when Mr. Prater asks you a question, it's no, 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 until he asks you more specifically, then spells it out, and then it's yes, oh, yes, that's right. So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
not,
I really didn't understand how far back Mr. Prater was going, and that's a long time back and I just honestly did not recall it, could not remember exactly what was going on during that time. And I apologize for Mr. Prater for that.
okay. Well, I've got, excerpts from the police report for the molestation of the juvenile, and it does say, the little girl said that she was penetrated.
Yes,
It
I'm aware of that now.
Yeah.
I did not know what she said, and I've never looked it up, but
You're aware of that now.
now I am, yeah, now.
Okay,
I find that hard, excuse me, Madam Chairman, I find that hard to believe that you didn't know what the victim was even saying when you took a plea bargain.
Right.
When I took the plea bargain,
I
as
don't
far
wanna
as, okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
I'm trying not, I don't want to argue with you, and that probably slipped out, putting you on the defense, but if I was charged with something as serious as that, incest, I would know everything about every side of that case, what they were contending and all of that, and I'd weigh my options. And they tried to get you to come in and talk to them lots of different times, and you never did, correct?
No, I did go in and talk to him.
But didn't they try to get you to come in several times and you didn't show and didn't come?
When they asked me to turn myself in, I did so.
That's different. That's different.
When they asked me to come talk to CS, the Children Protective Service in Mandeville, when they asked me to do that one time through my lawyer, I did go. And I only went, there was only one time that I was asked to go.
I'm not going to take the time to look that up. Thank you, sir.
You're
I don't have
welcome.
any other questions, Madam Chairman.
Okay, is the board prepared? Do you have any final words before we vote, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is the board prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
I'm too. Mr. Prater, you'll vote first because you are the lead on this interrogation.
Yes,
Interview.
ma'am. I think because of the fact that he is indeed, as the DA said, a career criminal, we're talking about a sex offense involving a 12-year-old. We're talking about he has been revoked in the past on paroles and probations and or probations, total law enforcement opposition, and the comments of what the DA has said, and other opposition that I won't go into detail about. I think all those reasons for right now, and I know he's doing good, and I hope he continues to do good and stay on a sober path. But for right now, my vote is to deny this.
Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Martin, I want to thank you for your service to our country. And that is something that I personally appreciate. But I do have concerns with the victims who will probably never see their money back. You're making great progress. You really are. And I don't want this to hang you up. My vote is going to be to deny, but I do want to encourage you to continue to write back, stay right up free, and you're moving in the right path.
I ask one thing. The incarceration I had at DCI, that's a state prison. And as you said, at DCI, the parole board recommended me for rehabilitation through SHAP. So I went through my SHAP program, and I've been placed in a facility that has no good time, has no classes, and I would like to be shipped directly back to prison to DCI so I can attend classes and go back to work and try to better myself other than being locked up like an animal.
Okay. I hear your frustration. We are not, that is not something that we have overview of, okay? We
Yes, ma'am.
don't ship people. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, so, I'm in agreement with my colleagues. Today, I'm gonna vote for your denial, and for the very reasons that the DA said, and that Ms. Ledoux said. You do have victims, and some of them, they invested money that they couldn't get back. They don't have that option. So, and then you have the 12-year-old. And really, until it was just like dragged out of you, you didn't seem to remember it. So today, my vote is to deny also. That concludes us at, is this location? Okay, at this location, and the time is 1:20. All right, good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is January the 22nd. The time is 1:28. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as the chairman on the panel today. Joining me on Zoom is Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. I see we have staff in the room. Will you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager. Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor. Yeah.
All right, thank y'all very much. Today's remote location is, let's see, Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. Miss Reed, will you introduce yourself, please, for the record with your DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Tory Reed. My DOC number is 797604.
Okay. I'm going to read some information, Miss Reed, about you, and then you let me know if I'm correct, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Your recorded name is Tory L. Reed. Your DOC number is 797604. Your offender class, you're a second class offender. Your charge is simple arson. You got 5 years at hard labor. Your parole date is 5/2/2026. Your good time date is 11/3/2026. Your full-time date is 2/3/2030. Is that all correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, what I need you to do right now is tell me what caused you to be put into prison in your words, and why should we let you out early?
My emotions had got me in my situation that I'm in. Let my emotions get the best of me in the situation that I was in. Something that I should have never did that I realize now. And I am very sorry for what I did. Also, as far as being let out early, I've learned my lesson. I've did a lot of meditating, a lot of praying. I haven't gotten in any trouble. I have no reports, none of that. And if I'm granted to go home early, I would like to be a better mother to my kids, a better wife to my husband, and a better person, period.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to be the lead on your interview today. Did you have any alcohol or substance abuse problems?
No, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am. I have no problems with that.
All right. Well, I read your case, and tell me what your the man that you were with, he was not your husband, he was your boyfriend or something, y'all were living together?
Yes, ma'am. He was my boyfriend at the time in 2022 when we were living together, and we was in a domestic relationship.
Okay. What was the domestic relationship you were in? What was it like?
Well, I was being beat every other day, and my kids had to watch me be beat and traumatized. And he also broke my mother's ashes, and it was just very traumatizing. And every time I would try to leave, he would try to hold me hostage and beat me some more, or either pull his gun out on me. And I called the police on him several times, and every time I would call him, he would run.
But they never did. Did you recant if they went to, arrest him and put him away? Did you say?
I wanted them to take him to jail. That's why I kept calling them so they could catch him and take him to jail, but they would never catch him. They would make excuses of why they couldn't catch him. But every time that I would try to leave, he wouldn't let me leave, and me and my kids were scared.
I understand. Were your children beat by him, or was it just for, did he just do it to you?
He just did it to me. But he emotionally abused my kids. He never put his hands on my kids though, but he did emotionally abuse them and talk down to my kids.
Your family members, did your other family members know about it and try to give you a home to stay if you were to leave?
No, ma'am, my family doesn't help me. Most of my family doesn't. Uh, for whatever reason, we're not close or whatever. From my past, we're just not close.
Okay, Warden, do you have anything you'd like to add to what she's been saying to us, or anyone else in the room? You know,
Tori just transferred to us this past October, so she's only been with us for a few months. So I don't have too much to add. Like she did mention, though, she does not have any disciplinary write-ups, and she has not caused any issues or caused any trouble with us. But again, she really hasn't been with us too long.
and no one, not. Does anyone else have any room to add anything, or just?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that'll work. Okay, Tori, what I can read here, we went over the fact that he beat you just about every other day. And it seems as though all of that came to a head when he broke the urn that had your mother's ashes in it. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I read where previously to that, let's see, days leading up to the fire, Miss Johnson and her son had attempted to get you to vacate the residence, but you wouldn't leave. And the Shreveport police had been called to the residence by Reed on several occasions, just like you said, due to an ongoing argument with Reed on the day of the fire. I can't pronounce his first name, but Johnson advised that he left the residence during the evening hours, and Johnson reported that Tory Reed was at the residence when he left, and a short time later the fire was reported. So during that time, that's when he deliberately broke the urn with your mother's ashes.
Yes, ma'am. He deliberately did it on purpose, out of spite, to hurt me, knowing that my mom's ashes was important to me.
And I read that you made sure there was no one else in the house, and you burned the house down. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did burn the house down, which I am very sorry for, to Miss Johnson for the house, because it is her house, and I am very, very sorry.
So y'all were staying with his mother, or did she just own the house?
She owns the house. That was one of her extra houses, and she let us live in it.
Okay. So if you were to get out, be released, it looks like you have family in Texas. Is that where you would be going, or you remarried and you have someone in Texas?
Yes, ma'am. I have a husband, Raymond King, and I have a couple of family members that I do still deal with.
Okay, so how long have you and Mr. King been married?
Since 2022, since I left my abuser.
And so you knew him during the time that you were being abused by Johnson?
Yeah, I've been knowing him for years. I just decided to end up being with him, and he ended up being my best friend first before anything. He's been a big support system in my life and in my kids' life.
Well, he's on Zoom today, to speak on your behalf. So Mr. King, would you like to speak now?
Yes, ma'am. I can speak if it's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Really, I don't have too much to say. I'm just to me, she's a good woman. To me, she a good woman. I've been there for her and her kids. I don't believe in putting my hands on no woman, period, at all. So I don't believe in that, that I wasn't raised like that. Um, the medication that she was taking, I had asked her to stop taking it. I didn't tell her, but I asked her to try to stop taking it. And she had stopped taking it about a month prior of me and her being together, and we never had no problems. You know, the medication that they saying that she needed because she always getting mad. Well, I never had no problem with her since we've been together, and we been staying together for over 2 years in Texas before she was had to turn herself in to jail. So I feel like if a man treat a woman right, then she'll act right. But if you treat her wrong, then you know certain things do happen because these women, not men, and I know certain situation and it's going on in the world now where women is killing men because they beating women, you know, and there's a lot of this going on out here, you know, and her mama got killed, and I didn't know that until she told me. Her mama got killed by a man beating her, you know, and she watched and seen that at a young age, so she been through a lot. And I'm not you know, trying to make it look like she good and stuff like that, because I told her she was wrong for burning the setting the couch on fire. You know what I'm saying? I told her she was wrong. You know, she should have just, I understand she was a woman, she should have just tried to she should have just left or whatnot, you know, but stuff happens. But she won't burn no other, she'll never burn another house down, you know what I'm saying, with me, being me, but, you know, because I'm gonna marry her and I'm gonna take care of her and her kids, and we just gonna live life as a family. I'm in a position now where I can provide for my family now, because I have a bad past that I growed up in, and I'm not proud of, but I changed my life, you know. So I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't do nothing but go to work and come home. So I feel like she deserved a second chance. She just acted out of emotions. That's what I really believe. She didn't have no intentions of burning the house down. So that's all I have to say, man.
All right. Well, we've got opposition for you with law enforcement, Tory. The DA is opposed, and the Sheriff Whitehorn is opposed. And, the rest of them, you know, it's kind of no comment or either just a blanket policy. They haven't looked at anything. It's just a blanket policy. And then we have the Attorney General. She's opposed also. I do want to, he mentioned the medication and that you were off of it. Do you want to expand on that a little bit? Because you said in one of your letters that you intend to be on your medication and you will follow up on that yourself.
Yes, ma'am. I do take mental medication while I've been here in this place, back on my medication since I've been incarcerated, and I've been doing very well, and it's controlling my emotions and my mental issues. And also I follow up with psychiatric on the outside in the free world. I do have a psychiatric doctor that I see.
So at that time you weren't taking your medicine?
I had stopped taking it. He had asked me to stop taking it to see how I would react, how I would react to it. And I did stop taking it, and I was just fine when I was off of it. But I've started back taking it since I've been here. They put me back on my medication.
So if the two of y'all end up together, what do you plan on doing? Getting off of it again or staying on it?
If I have to stay on it, I will. It does help me stay more calm, and I do take it faithfully every day. I take it. I take a Abilify, and it's for a bipolar and schizophrenic. That's what the medication is for.
Yes, ma'am. Well,
And
those are pretty serious. Those are pretty serious medical health issues, and you know, I don't know, somebody had kidney failure or something like that. You know, your brain controls everything in your whole body. So before you would get off medicine for your brain, you need to give it a lot of thought, because it'd be just like not taking your heart medicine or your kidney medicine or anything else. It's no difference. If you need it, you need it. And if it makes you, be the kind of person that can react to things better and think better, then that's what you need to do. You need to be on your medicine to have a successful life. I don't have any more questions. How about you, Ms. Ledoux or Mr. Prater?
I have no questions.
Questions?
Okay, it's my time to vote. And, I see where you have a parole date of 2026 and a good time date of 2026, both of them this year. So my vote is going to be to grant you parole. But I do want you to follow up with mental health medication. I mean, with the doctor, whoever you need to go to, because you will have to go to a doctor for your particular mental health problems. And I don't know if after you get out or anything like that, it says the mental health director where you're at, your records show that your last psychiatric appointment was November the 7th, 2025. So you do need to, whoever you're with needs to know the importance of you continuing with your mental health medication.
Yes.
So,
I would like to ask the staff there, has she taken her pre-release?
oh, see, I didn't even think about that.
No, she hasn't completed any classes since she's been with us.
Okay, and you do have pre-release?
Yes, ma'am.
She needs to
And you have room in the class coming up for her that she could get in?
Yes, we can add her. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, my vote would also be to, once she completes her pre-release, so her parole would be conditioned upon completion of pre-release. According to the institutional record that we've been given, it indicates that she does not need substance abuse classes. And so, and I understand you have a high school diploma, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've met those requirements. So my vote would be to grant conditional upon completion of your pre-release. And also that you initiate your ICOTS compact, your interstate compact while you're there. You have excellent staff there to help you with that, direct you in how to do that. But you have to have someone Texas has to have a reason to allow you to go there. And so I don't know. So you need to start working on that if you plan to go to Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux's recommendations.
I do too, and thank you, Ms. Ledoux, for coming, for verbalizing all the things that she's gonna need. And I appreciate that. So today, your parole has been granted. It's conditional upon completion of your pre-release program. And then you should follow up with ICOT, so everything will be in place so that you can go to Texas. So is that
Yes,
all good for you? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, y'all have a nice day and we'll close things out right now at your facility and the time is 1:47.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, all right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is January 22nd, 2026. The time is 1:55. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm in Baton Rouge at DOC headquarters. Joining us by Zoom and also on the board is Mr. Steve Prater and Miss Jerry Ledoux. Is there anybody in the office with you, another staff member or anyone, or by yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Marchand, Ouachita Parish.
Oh, Deputy Marchand, okay. All right, well, good. So we're gonna get started with everything. Miss Myers, will you introduce yourself with your DOC number, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Stacy Myers. My DOC number is 710661.
Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna read the information concerning your charges and everything, and at the end, if I've made a mistake, please let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have that you are Stacy A. Myers. Your DOC is 710661. You're a second-class offender. You have theft of $500 or more, plus possession of heroin, plus possession of methamphetamines. Your sentencing date was 10/3/23, and you were revoked on 12/13/23. Your sentencing, I've got a couple of things here, that your total sentence is 10 years. And the way they've written it is, for the theft of $500 or more, that's 5 years and 3 years probation. And for possession of heroin, possession of methamphetamines, that was 5 years with 3 years probation. Is that correct? The way I've read that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then your parole date is 2/15/2026. Your good time date is 11/17/2026. Your full-time date is 8/16/2033. And those 5 years that I read out, they were consecutive of each other. So that's what leads up to 10 years. Right. So today you get, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Prater, and he's going to have questions for you at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. How are you today, Miss Myers?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good, good. And so what was let's start out from the beginning. You seem to have had a drug problem or have a drug problem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell me about that and what it's caused you to do?
Okay. I started off on pain medicine and it led to methamphetamines. The heroin, I've never done heroin. That was just in my possession. I was dropping it off to a friend of mine. But yes, I do have an addiction.
And what has it caused you to do?
Oh, it has caused me to steal in Walmart on a couple occasions. I've hurt so many people, my family, friends. I was in a dark place for a couple of years. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, tell me what you've come to us and you've asked for something. You've asked to be paroled. And so now you're trying to sell a product. So sell this product to me. How do I know that you won't go out and steal from Walmart and get back on drugs and steal from someone else, or to hurt someone else in an accident or something like that? In other words, sell the product. Tell me what you've done and what you've learned.
This time of incarceration, it has humbled me. It has matured me. I do not have the desire to do drugs anymore. I mean, I'm around it there, you know, inside of jail and outside of jail, and I have no desire whatsoever. I just, I mean, it has changed me completely. I do not want this life anymore. And I'm just ready to be a good mom and be a good person.
Okay. Well, I see in 2016, what kind of drug were you as a Schedule 2, what kind of drug was that you had in 2016?
It was pain medicine,
What kind of pain medicine?
hydrocodone.
Okay. And that's where you were deferred, you had a deferred sentence and you went to drug court, but you were kicked out of drug court, correct?
Correct.
And you got a 5-year sentence. Did you
Correct.
serve any? How much of that 5-year sentence did you serve?
I was sent to Hunts and to do an intensive incarceration program.
Okay, how long was that?
It was 3 months.
Okay. And then the next kind of round of problems you had with law enforcement was in 2023, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you had theft of over $500 and possession of heroin and possession of meth.
Yes, sir.
And that was, you were sentenced to suspended sentences at that time, correct?
Correct.
And then while you were on the suspension, that's when you did the burglary and the thefts and the criminal trespass. Was that correct?
Yes, went back to Walmart. Yes, sir.
Okay, was that, and I noticed the burglary. What was the was there a burglary involved or something?
No, I think that's what they charge you with when you return to Walmart after you're not supposed to go back.
Well, I don't know that fits, but I was just curious. But that was the Walmart thing?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's different than the first theft, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So you tried it again.
I did.
Is that what you're telling me? Okay.
I did.
Different Walmart, I hope.
No, it wasn't.
Same Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Boy, that's kind of dumb, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I thought I was untouchable. You know, I was doing drugs and didn't think I was going to get caught. You know, poor decisions.
Okay. We got some opposition from the DA, the sheriff, the chief of police, and the judge. The judge says you still owe fines and all for court costs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, about $7,000.
I have no idea how much.
Do you have any intention on paying that back when you get out?
Sure, I will. Yes, sir.
You didn't, but you do now, huh?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed that you still need pre-release. You hadn't taken pre-release yet, correct?
No, nowhere that I've been incarcerated has offered it.
Okay, and what about education or vocational skills? Have you been to high school?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all necessary. And I noticed that you went to risk management 1 and 2 in 2018, and then you repeated it in 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, the same courses, but you see if it'll take this time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your total sentence was 15 years this time. How many years have you served out of the 15?
2.
Okay. You know, that's kind of not many. You know, that kind of puts us in a bind a little bit of 2 out of the 15 years. Kind of concerned about you reoffending, especially since you've failed on your supervision 2 times already, even after having gone through drug treatment program. That kind of concerns me, but let's see, your good time date is coming up in, I don't know, 9 months, 10 months,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So you'll get out then. Okay, I'm gonna see if maybe, see if my partners on the board have any questions to ask us. I think you're doing good and I congratulate you. I'm just concerned about some things. And so I'm just right on it. I'm on the teeter-totter or the whatever that little toy is in the playground, that slide or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, that's
Salute.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Stacy, you're currently in a transitional work program.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you working?
At Comfort Inn in West
Okay.
Monroe.
Okay, how long have you been there?
Since October.
Okay. So, you know, in 2018, you did take some programming. You took the pre-release class, but you know, you have to have that for every period of incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is required. If I'm not sure your Louisiana risk classes, is that going to be enough to ensure your sobriety or your staying away from drugs when you get out?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to use what I've learned, you know, as tools. And I plan on staying in West Monroe and still working. I have a job waiting on me at the front desk at Comfort Inn whenever I get out. So.
Okay, so you're going to relocate your 3 children, or will somebody keep the 3 children?
Oh, no, my children are grown.
Okay, so you don't have any obligation for your children at this time?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that you're staying there, and because returning to your same environment would not be a good choice.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I think that crystallizes. So you want to stay in West Monroe?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I want to start all over.
You know there are drugs in West Monroe, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's up to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, you do have law enforcement opposition, and but that is in the I think Vernon Parish is where you're from.
Correct.
So I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I want to clear up something for the record, okay, to see if I got it right. I've got on the master record that you have a total sentence of 10 years. Is it 10 years or 15 years that you?
I think it was 15 and they suspended 5.
Yeah, because it really, it has for the theft, at one point it says 5 years. Then it says possession of methamphetamine with right underneath it, the possession of heroin, and those are concurrent. So there's 3 5s on here, but 2 of them are concurrent, which is probably, I'm thinking, where the 10-year total sentence comes out, which means you served about 2 years of a 10-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
But because you know you got 3 things listed separately. So but I tell you what, and you don't have a lot. Are you attending, or do they even offer AA and NA where you're at? Do they offer that?
No, ma'am, not here, but I do plan on joining. I have some coworkers that do the NA meetings and sober living meeting. I mean, sober NA meetings. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, celebrate recovery.
Celebrate recovery. Thank you.
I know. Well, yeah, I was just wondering about that kind of stuff because just like Miss Ledoux said, there's nowhere you're going to go that there's not going to be drugs and there's not going to be temptation. Period. It's not going to happen. And drug is a very, very hard thing to deal with the rest of your life, but people do successfully, but they really do work hard at it. I don't have any questions. Mr. Prater, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I'm prepared, but I would ask as a favor if Miss Ledoux would vote first, due to the fact that she's more, I think we are similar in our concerns and all, but I think she's more aware of what's available by the state.
Yeah.
100%, I do. Ms. Ledoux?
Well, this is my concern, Stacy. It sounds like I may be punishing you, but if I if I were to vote to grant you, it would have to be conditioned upon you taking pre-release. And that means you would have to be taken out of the transitional work program to go somewhere to do that, which I think is going to be detrimental to your stability of your employment, and that's your plan. So it sounds like I'm punishing you, but I'm really not, by denying you today and allowing you to continue in the transitional work program with some stipulations that, well, if I deny, I can't put stipulations on you, but you have to do your follow-up at Celebrate Recovery and things like that. That's going to be critical to your success. But today my vote is to deny because I don't want to disturb your employment. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with that, and that's what I mean. I was torn. I was hoping there was a silver bullet in somewhere in between the two, but evidently there's not, or Ms. Ledoux would know. And so I concur with that. It's not, we congratulate you on your growth. I hope that you've learned a lot. And so we wish you well. So my vote is also to deny after wishing you well.
Yeah. And I concur with Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Prater. And the word deny, I know is what's sticking out in your head, but it's not really deny. It's approving you to move forward to something better that will hopefully be a pathway to success, which I know that's what you want. So please don't misunderstand that we weren't listening to you and wishing you every continued success on your path to sobriety. So my vote is going to be to concur with Ms. Ledoux, and that ends our day today, and we will close out at Ouachita Parish Correctional Center at 2:12.